Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a hearty welcome to the two-day Multi-Disciplinary International Conference on Rural Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies, organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development, SDM College, Ujire. An illustrious lineup of industry experts, economists, and entrepreneurs are present here, who shall lead intellectually stimulating discussions over the next 2 days. As we inaugurate the conference, we have with us Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary of SDM Educational Society as the inaugurator, Dr. Balu Kenchappa, RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka, Reserve Bank of India, Bangalore as the chief guest, Sri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, entrepreneur from Gujarat as the chief guest, Dr. Kalyappa Kalirajan, Emeritus Professor, the Australian National University, Canberra as the guest of honor, and Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde, Principal, SDM College Ujire, as the President of the inaugural session. Escorting the guests of the day on stage are Dr. Ganaraja K., HOD of Economics Department, Dr. G.V. Joshi, Chief Advisor of the conference, and Dr. Mahesh Shetty, Convener of the conference. I request the prayer team to initiate the event by invoking divine grace.
गिरीशा सुरपूजितकामवैरिं गौरीश शङ्करा महेश्वर विश्वहेतो शम्भो गिरीशा सुरपूजितकामवैरिं गौरीश शङ्करा महेश्वर विश्वहेतो धर्मस्थलेश सकलेशा दयापयोधे श्रीमञ्जुनाथनितरा कुरु मङ्गलं मे धर्मस्थलेश सकलेशा दयापयोधे श्रीमञ्जुनाथनितरा
Thank you, team. By seeking the blessings of Lord Manjunatha, let's move forward. I request Dr. Mahesh Shetty H., convener of the conference, to welcome the delegates and gathering.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha, Om Shri Janardhanaya Namaha. Seeking the blessings of Lord Manjunatha Swami as well, Pujya Dr. D. Virendra Hegde ji. I'm very much enthusiastic as well, feeling very much honored to welcome you all to this August gathering. This is the first time in the history of the department we are hosting this international conference. The Department of Economics and Rural Development has been a cornerstone of academic excellence and research since its establishment in 1966. Over the decades, it has evolved into a dynamic hub of economic thought, policy research, and rural development studies, consistently maintaining the intellectual vigor and scholarly enthusiasm set by its founding members and esteemed faculty. The department takes immense pride in the contributions of its senior professors and heads of department, whose leadership and dedication have shaped its growth and academic stature. Visionaries like Professor S.S. Aitad, Professor Nagesh Shanai, Dr. T. Krishnamurthy, Dr. M.M. Shettigar, Dr. Ramesh Salian, Dr. Sri Prasad, Dr. Vasanti M.K., Dr. P.K. Balakrishna, Dr. Ashok Jogi, Dr. Satish K., Dr. Yuvaraja have played a very pivotal role in building a strong foundation for academic inquiry, research, and student engagement. A special mention must be made of Dr. A. Jayakumar Shetty, who pioneered the culture of organizing state and national level seminars annually, creating a vibrant academic atmosphere that continues to thrive. His efforts in fostering intellectual discussions and research-oriented activities have left an indelible mark in the department. Today, the department continues to carry forward this legacy with the same zeal and enthusiasm under the able leadership of Dr. Ganaraja K, who is steering the department toward new heights. Supporting him are dedicated faculty members like Dr. Nagaraj Pujari and Mr. Abhinandan Jain, whose contributions ensure that the department maintains its vibrant academic culture and remains relevant in an ever-evolving field. The Department of Economics and Rural Development has consistently upheld its commitment to addressing critical issues in economics and rural development, fostering intellectual curiosity, and contributing to society through education and research. As we look to the future, we remain deeply rooted in the values and standards set by our predecessors while embracing new challenges and opportunities in economics and rural development. We are very honored and proud to be a part of this illustrious journey, and we strive to uphold the department's reputation as a center of excellence. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I stand before you, Dr. Mahesh Shetty, to welcome you all to the two-day multidisciplinary international conference on rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies, a way forward, organized for the first time, as I mentioned, by the Department of Economics. This conference marks a significant milestone in our academic journey, bringing together scholars, experts, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and students to deliberate on the crucial role of rural entrepreneurship in shaping emerging economies. We are deeply honored Dr. Satish Chandra S, the Secretary of the institution, as inaugurator, a dedicated academician and administrator who has been a pillar of support for this institution and its endeavors. Welcome you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan, a renowned economist from National University of Australia, Canberra, whose expertise in economic development and policy research will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. He was also one of the advisory committee member of Dr. Manmohan Singh when he was the Prime Minister of India. Welcome you, sir. Our heartfelt gratitude as well welcome to Dr. Balu Kenchappa, RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka, RBI Bengaluru, whose insights into financial inclusion and banking for rural entrepreneurs will add great value to our deliberations. Sri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, a very familiar and well-known personality in this area, not only in Dakshin Kannada, it is also there in Dubai, Gujarat, and even many more countries. He has established his venture as well, enterprises, more than 14 states of India, and he is one of our chief guests. Dr. Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, a successful entrepreneur from Gujarat who stands as a testament to the power of entrepreneurship in driving economic transformation. Welcome you, sir. Presiding over this prestigious event, we have Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, principal of our college, as well conference chairman, whose unwavering support has made this conference a reality. Welcome you, sir. We express our sincere appreciation to our conference chief advisor, my guru, my mentor, Dr. G.V. Joshi. It was just a thought in my mind, it was just a scratch, but he made it possible to reality. Thank you very much, sir, for your unwavering support for making it reality. Dr. G.V. Joshi, former professor as well head Department of Economics, Mangalore University. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Ganaraja K, head of the Department of Economics, whose dedication and leadership have been the driving force behind this initiative. Welcome you, sir. A warm welcome to the Vice Principal of our institution, registrars, deans, IQAC coordinators, staff members of the college, staff from Root City, Ujire, SKDRDP, Siri, and all delegates, invitees, paper presenters, entrepreneurs, media representatives, organizing committee members, student coordinators, students from the Department of Economics and various disciplines, as well as our sponsors and supporters who have contributed directly and indirectly to the success of this conference. Welcome you all. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in insightful discussions, exchange valuable ideas, and explore innovative strategies to foster rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies. The deliberations and research findings presented here will serve as a stepping stone toward a more inclusive and sustainable economic future. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. Let us make this conference a meaningful and enriching experience. Thank you one and all for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As a sign of respect, we shall now welcome our guests florally. To begin with, I request Dr. Ganaraja K., Head of the Department Economics, to florally welcome Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary, SDM, E-Society, Ujire, who is also inaugurator of the event. Now I request Dr. G.V. Joshi, Conference Chief Advisor, to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan, Emeritus Professor, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. Now I request Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of STM College, Ujire, to welcome our Chief Guest, Dr. Balu Kenchappa, who is RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka, Reserve Bank of India, Bengaluru. Now I request Dr. Mahesh Shetty to welcome Sri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, entrepreneur, Gujarat. I also request our beloved Vice Principal, Dr. Shalif K., to welcome our beloved Principal, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde. I request Dr. Lakshmi Narayan K.S. to welcome Dr. G.V. Joshi, who is a Conference Chief Advisor. Now I request Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty H., Organizing Secretary and Convener, to welcome the Head of the Department, Dr. Ganaraja K. I request Dr. Naganna to welcome Dr. Mahesh Shetty, Convener of the program. Thank you, everyone. I request the Chief Advisor of this conference, Dr. G.V. Joshi, to deliver the introductory remarks and throw light upon the theme of the conference.
Respected President of this inaugural function of a very great event, Dr. Kumar Hegde, all the other dignitaries on the dais, whom I personally respect, learned resource persons in different sessions of this international conference, the members of the faculty of this great institution, the delegates coming from different parts of the country to make this event meaningful. Young and emerging students in this emerging economy, and the members of the press. Way back in 1977, Dr. Viren Hegde was inaugurating the Lions Club, newly established Lions Club, in the premises of Divekar College of Commerce, Karwar, which is in the rural tract of that town. Dr. Virendra Hegde said that the lion stands for majesty, the lion stands for dignity. May I add here that in this rural part of the Kinkanda district, this great institution run by a great society stands for majesty and dignity, though it should not be compared to a lion. The brochure is very suggestive, ladies and gentlemen. Please link this brochure to the very institution in which the different sessions are being organized with great care, efficiency and dedication by my friends. This institution is in rural Beltangadi Taluk. This international conference is being organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development. SKDRDP, which has made a mark by its splendid work, is associated with this international conference in ways more than one. You have again Route City, basically a rural institution, is very much associated with the organization of this meaningful conference. Siri is adding Siri to this great event. Therefore, there is a coincidence, there is a matching of events, there is a link of events to make this conference academically meaningful. Without taking much of your time, I am bringing to your notice that 3 big countries are chosen for the purpose of deliberations. India, which is making progress. Rural India is also making progress. China, where rural sector has made rapid strides. Brazil, with its splendid record of success in various fields, is calling the attention of all of us involved in this mega event. The objectives are well set by my friends here in the Department of Economics and Rural Development. Significance is brought out to show that the conference is associated with identifying the requirements of rural development for making rural entrepreneurs successful in their various chosen fields. Objectives are well set. I don't have to read all objectives. Innovation is involved. Infrastructure is very much there. Market access is emphasized. Research is being invited on various fields. And the last objective, in my opinion, has a tremendous policy significance. It is to strengthen local institutions, cooperatives, and community-based organizations to support entrepreneurship development in rural areas. May I bring to your kind attention that there are sub-themes. Various sub-themes are there, I don't have to read out. Skill development is there, policy and regulatory environment, education and health, poverty and inequality. All these are obviously inextricably linked to the various chosen fields of the great science of economics. To make it multidisciplinary, after all it is a multidisciplinary conference, my friends say, we have sub-themes like constitutional support for rural enterprises, orienting social relations for various purposes, microfinance, micro-families and rural entrepreneurship, leadership, which is a very important area for study in the science of management. Therefore, the sub-themes are chosen to make it a multidisciplinary conference. Well, a special mention needs to be made of the fact that the Department of Economics and Rural Development has brought out very good volumes. There is a volume on microfinance, there is a volume on indigenous practices, and these two volumes, I assure you, prove that the department here is making progress worth considering. Well, they have, Dr. Mahesh has already told me that he has a plan of bringing out a volume consisting of the proceedings of the international conference for 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, without it taking much of your time, because after all, a retired teacher may take much time for reasons which I don't want to elaborate. Well, I don't want to take much of your time in this emerging conference, in this institution, to make it academically meaningful and practically useful. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a holistic overview of the theme of the conference. We shall now inaugurate the 2-day international conference on rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies by lighting the lamp. I humbly request the inaugurator of the day, Dr. Satish Chandra S., to light the lamp and all the guests on stage to join hands.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम्
Thank you, dignitaries. We are happy and proud that the dignitaries on the stage have dedicated their time for this conference in spite of their busy schedules. We are also privileged that for the next 2 days we can share their insights and interact with them. As a token of our respect and gratitude to the guest, we request Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary of STM E-Society, to felicitate Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. G.V. Joshi, Conference Chief Advisor, to felicitate Dr. Balu Kenchappa. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kumar Hegde, beloved principal of STM College Ujire, to felicitate Sri Shashidhar Shetty, Baroda. Thank you, sir. Our inaugurator for the day is Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary, SDM Educational Society. He has formerly served as a principal of STM College Ujire and associate professor in the Department of Physics at the college. He holds an experience of 36 years in academics, with an august portfolio in academics, extracurricular aspects of college and research. Dr. Satish Chandra S. has been serving as a Secretary of SDM Educational Society since July 2022. Sir, I welcome you to deliver the inaugural address.
Offering my prayers to Lord Sri Manjunatheshwara, Lord Sri Janardana Swami, and seeking the blessings of Reverend Dr. Virendra Heggadeji, Dharmadhikari of Sri Kshetra Dharmasthala and President of SDM Group of Institutions, the Honorable dignitaries on the dais of this two-day multidisciplinary international conference on rural entrepreneurship in emerging economics. The guest of honor, Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan from Australia National University, Dr. Balu Kenchappan, RBI Ombudsman, of Karnataka, RBI Bangalore, Dr. G.V. Joshi, Conference Chief Advisor, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, the Principal of our prestigious SDM Autonomous College, Ujire, Dr. Kandaraj K., Head of the Department of Economics, Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty, and my good friend and a patron for many this kind of social and economic activities, and a huge patron, Sri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, invitees, the faculty members from SDM College Ujire, media persons, delegates, and my dear student friends. Very good morning to all of you. And I am very happy, privileged, and accomplished to inaugurate the two-day multidisciplinary international conference on rural entrepreneurship in emerging economics in presence of all the stalwarts of economics. And I wish this two-day conference to be a very successful one and meet all its aims and objectives. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the principal, the faculty, and all the organizers for having conducted this kind of unique and very befitting conference in this rural area. Regarding this conference and its topic, once again I would like to repeat, I am not an economist, except for I could hear some concepts of economics while doing my practical classes in my university from the neighboring class, wherein Professor G.V. Joshi was teaching his students in his loud and very commanding voice. I could still remember his voice and his commanding words in economics. Maybe 3-4 classrooms away from our physics lab, he was teaching economic students. But it was so powerful, both in terms of the intensity of sound and the contents. So I'm very happy to be here to share the dais with Professor G.V. Joshi. Rural entrepreneurship and its development is rather the need of the hour. We all know around 60 to 70% of Indian population resides in rural areas, in villages, about 6 lakh villages. And as rightly said by Mahatma Gandhi ji, the development of India is possible only through the development of its villages and the people who reside in these villages. These people who reside in the villages, the villagers, I know their difficulties and the challenges faced by them because I myself belong to one such family. The poverty, unemployment, moreover, the infrastructural setbacks and agrarian issues are all, and moreover, the migration problems, the migration of the talents and skilled personnel to the urban area are the main challenges amidst of this, it's very difficult to uplift the people residing in the villages. And as rightly pointed out by the policy makers, rural entrepreneurship is one of the major solutions to all these burning issues. However, there are a lot of opportunities and scope for rural entrepreneurship, especially exploiting the natural resources in the rural areas, human resources, cultural resources, and especially the resources in the form of agriculture, farming, animal husbandry. There are various areas which can be exploited properly in the rural entrepreneurship. However, once again, there are a lot of challenges like the economic access and bureaucratic setbacks, regulatory hindrances are some of the major issues associated with the rural employment, and also skill gaps. And we have got very good solution for that in the form of RootSeti and SIRI. And SKDRDP, our own management, supports 3 major NGOs in the form of SKDRDP, Sri Kshetra Dharmasthala Gramabhiruddhi Yojana, SIRI Gramodyoga Yojana, and Rural Development and Self-Employment Unit. These are the NGOs run by our own management in view of supporting the rural entrepreneurship. I think this rural entrepreneurship can definitely, this area, a strong potential, it has got strong potential to support, to avoid or reduce the disparity between the urban and rural areas, fostering really the inclusive development, I should say. It's because of the technological development, what we observe nowadays is the development in the area of cosmopolitan cities. But inclusive development is very much essential, and this rural entrepreneurship will definitely support this inclusive development. And moreover, the sustainable development, which includes socio-economic development and environmental protection, is definitely rather supported by rural entrepreneurship, because it reduces urbanization. Urbanization is one of the causes of environmental destruction. So sustainable development can also be supported through rural entrepreneurship. With these views, I once again congratulate the organizers for having organized this kind of unique conference, and I wish the conference all the best, and I request all the delegates to make best use of this conference, and I wholeheartedly thank all the dignitaries on the dais for supporting us, especially the patrons like Mr. Shashidhar Shetty and all other patrons in terms of their technical support as well as expertise making this conference possible. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your inaugural address. I am proud to introduce the chief guest of the day, the illustrious Professor Balu Kenchappa, RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka at the Reserve Bank of India in Bangalore. Professor Balu Kenchappa is a distinguished academic with a robust background in banking and finance. Dr. Kenchappa has an extensive academic career, having worked as a faculty member in banking and finance for over 7 years. He is a prominent figure in the Indian banking sector with a career spanning over 31 years at the RBI. Dr. Kenchappa has dedicated a substantial part of his career to bank supervision and non-banking financial company regulation. He has been instrumental in inspecting 7 of the top 10 large banks by market capitalization under the RBI supervisory framework. His expertise also involves serving as the head of the Central Fraud Monitoring Cell of the RBI, showcasing his commitment to maintaining integrity within the banking system. Dr. Kenchappa has been an active member of several national and international committees. He has chaired the peer review committee for assessing the financial system of the United Kingdom, constituted by the Financial Stability Board. He has participated in an expert team evaluating the Mauritius banking system, also appointed by the FSB. He has contributed to the working group on national risk assessment on anti-money laundering and terrorist financing in the banking sector, established by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He has also engaged in various working groups addressing issues such as IFRS implementation in banks and prompt corrective action. Dr. Kenchappa is a Fulbright scholar, having spent 6 months as a visiting scholar at Rutgers Business School in New Jersey. He has also received the Diamond Jubilee Overseas Banking Research Fellowship from the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance in Mumbai. His academic credentials include a PhD focused on risk management in infrastructure financing and a fellowship with the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of India. In addition to his roles in banking and finance, Dr. Kenchappa has served as a visiting professor at IIM Kozhikode. He is also an author, having published a book on infrastructure financing. Born and raised in Nanjangud, Mysore, Dr. Kenchappa comes from an agricultural family. His diverse experiences and extensive expertise make him a key contributor to India's banking landscape. Dr. Kenchappa continues to play a vital role in shaping banking practices and policies in India through his leadership and expertise. Sir, we are grateful for your presence here today, and I welcome you to deliver the Chief Guest's address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and dignitaries on the dais. Manjunatheshwara namaha. It's indeed I'm privileged to stand here before you in this pious town of Ujire, which is part of, in a way, Dharmasthala and Beltangadi. It is something most important of the event of the year, I don't know. Conducting an international conference in Ujire kind of town is not a joke. Conducting an event like this calls for lots of preparation, mobilizing resources, and even some of the bigger institutions in the bigger cities, metros, will be envious looking at you. To that extent, the entire team, led by the principal and Professor Mahesh Shetty, I think deserves a big round of applause. We all I grew up in Mysore, near small town like the smaller, maybe a comparable town like Ujire in Nanjangud, almost 5 decades back. I passed through my graduation somewhere in 86. Much water has flown, and the kind of work that is happening in academic environment is, it's something envious. Especially the institute like SDM, it is always, even when I was in high school or +2, we used to see the rank list, state rank list. There will always be a couple of them from Bangalore and 1 or 2 from SDM. To that extent, I'm really thrilled to stand here and share my perspective in the context of this international conference on rural entrepreneurship and emerging economies. The importance of rural entrepreneurship has already been highlighted by the earlier speakers as well, and the context was set by Dr. G.V. Joshi. Not going to do that. Couple of areas where entrepreneurship should bloom, prosper, at least in our part of world, that is in India, according to me, is agribusiness and food processing, renewable energy, that is promoting rural entrepreneurship in solar, wind and bioenergy sectors, and then handicrafts and artisan products, tourism and hospitality, and technology and innovation. It's the time of innovation. After all, the economists and the anthropologists say that the world is flat. There is no up and down here. There is no rich, poor. that is, reducing because of the World Trade Organization or the World Trade. The countries are changing. What otherwise an advanced economy facing its own problem. Europe has its own problem. America has its own serious problem in terms of their public debt. The demographic profile of Europe is really very adverse to the extent that, the world is, looking at them, how they are managing. Same is true with Japan. Whereas, we consider to be enjoying the demographic dividend. And also the technology. The rate at which the technology has penetrated our, life and then business and profession is something, it's a story in itself. Especially the payment system, especially the e-commerce. So therefore, the rural entrepreneurship, when you connected with the internet, so the broadband becomes the main raw material. Not your land, not your labor, not your capital. The broadband connection, internet connectivity, strong telecom network becomes most important. And also the platforms. When I say platforms, Amazon for instance. With the Amazon access as a seller, you have opened yourself to the whole world. There could be a buyer somewhere sitting in Fiji or Philippines. So they can place an order for a rural entrepreneur sitting in Ujire. The question is that whether are we ready? The framework is ready. Yes, that is also there. For instance, there is something called Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, a Government of India initiative. You would have aware. It makes a big difference. Similarly, there is a portal called Jump Portal. Government of India has mandated all the government and state government and public sector to buy all their purchases, consumables. All the government entities have to buy through this Jump Portal where anybody can go and become an, bidding for the government purchases. Again, it brings a level playing field for a Ujire with Uttar Kannada, in Dakshina Kannada, or in Karwar in Uttar Kannada. It doesn't matter where you are, but as long as you can sell a quality product and give a competitive price. So therefore, the internet is making big difference. Though, the data is not so much in favor in terms of, you see the e-retail penetration. The e-retailer penetration in India is only 4%. That is the ONDC, the source is ONDC website. As against 26% e-retailing penetration in Korea or 25% in China. So basically what it means is that the rural entrepreneurs have a long way to go to push themselves on the e-commerce platforms. That is being a challenge for the market access. Dr. Joshi also has mentioned that market access for the rural entrepreneurs is the biggest challenge in terms of transport, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of various other aspects. So therefore, the market access becomes very critical for the rural entrepreneurs. Perhaps the second most is the financing, the challenge into financing the rural entrepreneurs. A number of initiatives have been taken by the government and state and central government. Hundreds of schemes have been floated. The latest one being last year, there is a Government of India Prime Minister Vishwakarma scheme. Otherwise, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, varieties of programs are there under which the rural and urban enterprises are being pushed through various subsidies. Only thing is that often I see the awareness with which these schemes are reaching the population is again further to be aggressive. The institution like Dharmasthala, they have Root City and other associate institution. They reach out. They bring all the schemes. So that kind of NGOs have to increase in terms of ensuring that the government schemes also reaches the ultimate beneficiaries. So when I say access to finance, the Reserve Bank of India, where I worked for 31 years, and also another banking sector 6 years, 37 years I have seen the Indian banking. The role of banks, banking and the reserve banking is very important in terms of prodding, in terms of nudging, in terms of pushing the financial entities like banks and financial institutions and finance companies to lend to what is known as priority sector. I'm sure all of you heard of what is priority sector commitment for the banks. What is Reserve Bank of India instruction? Reserve Bank of India instruction says that if your loan is 100 rupees, nearly 40% of that loan has to be given to priority sector. What is priority sector in India as per Reserve Bank? Agriculture. What is the second most important? MSME. What is the third? Socially backward. What is the fourth? Exports. So Reserve Bank has defined what is priority sector on which banks have to lend necessarily 40% of their loan. So by defining from time to time, the funds of the banks are being channelized to this sector. So therefore, rural enterprises, rural entrepreneurs being part of the, most often, part of the micro and small and medium enterprises. You know, when I say medium enterprises goes up to 500 crore per annum turnover. That means it's reasonably big, not a small. Medium means it's really, considerably big size. So therefore, in this grievance redressal system where the micro and small enterprise also in a way, stakeholder, I do get a lot of complaints from micro and small enterprises against the banks and NBFCs for varieties of deficiency of service. The point that has to be highlighted is that wherever such deficiency is there, we have a special attention to the rural enterprises and micro and small enterprises in terms of on a priority basis and more focused attention to the deficiencies of these rural enterprises and micro enterprises, similarly senior citizen and select group of target groups. So the regulatory dispensation to address the financing needs and the grievance needs, for instance, Reserve Bank has said to banks that any loan application for micro and small enterprises has to be decided within 14 days. When I say decided, not necessary to lend, even rejection is also decision. Meaning thereby, within 14 days, you need to consider a loan application of a micro and small enterprises and say yes or no. You can't just delay. So that's why a turnaround time of 14 days is good enough. So therefore, these kind of proactive regulatory dispensation for the rural enterprises, micro and small enterprises, only makes a big difference. One of the challenges that has been noticed in the last 5-7 years as we start aggressively adopting the technology in the payment system. The payment system has undergone a massive a change with the introduction of the Unified Payment Interface or UPI, or what you call scanning and paying or QR code. You may not believe the kind of change that what I mean is that imagine out of every 100 digital transactions in the world, 50 transactions on day in and day out are happening in India. That means 50% of the global digital transaction happens in India. That's envious. Our advanced countries also, you don't find it. If you have anybody in Germany, go and ask them how much time it takes to move money from person to person. How much checks are being drawn day in and day out in Germany as compared to India or some other country for that matter. They don't have the kind of payment system what we have. Just for information, all young students, you should appreciate what that you are contributing by picking up the mobile and then punching buttons and then transferring 5 rupees to 10 rupees or 12 rupees. every month, the number of transactions that happens is somewhere around 1,700 crore. 1,700 crore, 17 billion transactions. I'm talking about not the amount, but transaction, number of transactions. Just for instance, today I went to the mandir, then I left my chappal. The charges are 1 rupee. I didn't have 1 rupee. The gentleman behind the counter said, "Sir, you can do QR code." Can you imagine? 1 rupee I did QR code. 1 rupee. Also, if 1 rupee, if you said 10 paise charges, it is because it is free I am doing. Even if it is 10 paise, then perhaps I may not have done. I don't know. So it's free. The government and the Reserve Bank consciously pushing this as a free of cost. See, it is 1 rupee, but then imagine the number of computers or the network that it touches and goes and credits to the person who is receiving 1 rupee. So that is what I say, one transaction. Like that, there is a 1,700 crore transaction per month. Now imagine, what is the per second transaction, given that there are 30 working days, given that there are 16 to 18 hours of our active life. You divide by 16 to 18 hours every day and calculate per second the number of transactions per second. Okay, when you have leisure time, it may come to 12,000, 14,000 transactions per second. As I am standing and talking, there will be every second 14,000 transactions are happening, or maybe more. So therefore, if anything that happens to this payment system, imagine the kind of furor, kind of disruption that can happen. You drink coffee on the platform, the train is set to go, and you are punching UPI 10 rupees, and it is not going, and chai wala aapko chhodte nahi hai aapko. Where are you going? Give me my 10 rupees. You don't have change, and the train will leave. You go to the hospital, then punch 50,000, it's not going, and the gentleman says that I can't give you admission to the hospital. Varieties of things are possible. So therefore, imagine how much stable and robust and reliable this payment system should be. Why it's incidental that I'm mentioning, maybe a slight digression, but the challenge that this brings in is what I saw recently. One is that when I pay 1 rupee to the chapel stand, that is amazing. But on the other day, I went to Gandhi Bazaar in Bangalore. The pushcart wale, a lady, was selling avrekal, vegetable. So some middle-aged lady came and then bargained, and the deal is done, 3 kilo, de do. Then as she was weighing, they asked, where is the QR code? She said, I don't have QR code. But the lady said, I don't have money. I have not brought the purse, or I don't have sufficient money. If I don't have QR code, deal is not going to happen. These are two ladies talking, I'm just observing. Then this lady, the seller, takes out her QR code card from here and then gives her. Okay, do it. And reluctantly, she shows the QR code. And then I was a little upset, being RBI as it is, I'm curious. What is the problem? Why is he hesitating? And then she says, Sahar, Nimiyan Gottu, what you know? These people come and scan and give it the money to it will go to my account. But I don't know how to operate the ATM. I don't know how to operate the ATM. But you are pushing her to the digital payment and you are forcing her to receive the money. Every day morning at 4 o'clock, I go to the APMC and then I use somebody else to withdraw money from ATM, giving my debit card. Ye problem. You understand? So therefore, our rural entrepreneurship, when we are talking about, they should be more and more inclusive to address these kind of realities also. When you do Amazon, there will always be 100 people to cheat you. There will be 100 buyers. If you go to OLX, it's full of cheats. I can't say full of cheats, but then there are quite a bit of reports. This marketplace is consisting of all not so. bona fide people with all mollified intention, they are there. So I'll stop here, and again I compliment the SGM College and Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegdeji, under whose leadership this school has been set up somewhere in mid-60s, and you all the beneficiaries. And I'm also in a way beneficiary and blessed to stand here and talk to you and share my perspective. Thank you once again. Good luck.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. I am happy to introduce another chief guest of the day, Mr. Shashidhar Shetty. An inspiring entrepreneur from Gujarat, Mr. Shashidhar Shetty has made remarkable strides in the business world. Born into a humble family in Beltangadi Taluk, he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey at the age of 19 after relocating to Baroda in 1996. Over nearly 3 decades, he has built a diverse business empire that spans 14 states across India. With an impressive network of 200 catering outlets, Mr. Shetty's ventures serve an astounding 77 lakh meals per day, contributing to an annual turnover of 600 crores. His entrepreneurial spirit extends beyond catering. He is involved in 22 other businesses, including hotels, construction, interlocking bricks, and areca production. Employing over 10,000 individuals, Mr. Shashidhar Shetty is not only a successful businessman, but also a mentor who has guided and trained 22 entrepreneurs over the last 2 decades. His journey reflects resilience and dedication, making him a role model for aspiring entrepreneurs who hail from humble backgrounds. As we gather today to celebrate achievements in entrepreneurship, we recognize Shashidhar Shetty's significant contributions to the industry and his unwavering commitment to empowering others. A special mention to the admiration we have for the hospitality at Ocean Pearl Ujire, a significant project of his. Sir, I invite you to deliver the chief guest's address.
Good morning, everybody. Seeking the blessing of Dharmasthala Manjunatheshwara and Janardana Swami, and also seeking the blessings of Shri D. Virendra Hegdeji and the dignitary of the DAYs and colleagues and students. Please allow me today speak in Kannada. I'm more comfortable in Kannada to speak with you. Please allow me in the Kannada one. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು STM ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ನಡೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಸುವರ್ಣ ಅವಕಾಶ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಭಾಳ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನನಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆಯವರ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವು SDM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ. ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇವತ್ತು ರೂರಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್, ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಟಾಪಿಕನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಾನು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ. ನಾನು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸಲ MBA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ, 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ MBA ಫೈನಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಗೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಜನರಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಜರ್ನಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಶಿಯವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶಾಲೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸದ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ಘಟ್ಟ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸು. 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು 5 ಸಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡವರು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ 5ನೇ ಸರ್ತಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದವರು ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನು ಪಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಚ್ಛಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಘಟ್ಟ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸದಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡ್ತಾ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ತದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯೇ ಕಲಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಧೀರುಭಾಯಿ ಅಂಬಾನಿ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ರೆಸಿಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಜುನಾಗಢ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದವರು. ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಪಂಪಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ತುಂಬಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ನೌಕರನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರು. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು? ಅಗೇನ್ ದ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಅಡಾನಿ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎ PRO ಲೈಕ್ ಈಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಜರ್ನಿ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ PRO ಲೈಸನಿಂಗ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು? ಇಂಥ ತುಂಬ ಜನರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವೇ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಫೀಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜರ್ನಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಿಯಾ ತಪ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ. ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಈಗ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು 69ನೇ ಇಸವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತಂತೆ. ಆವಾಗ ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು 69 ನನ್ನ ಡೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆವಾಗಲೇ. ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಬಂದದ್ದು ಯಾವಾಗಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಳ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು. ಆವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮೂರಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು. ಆವಾಗ ನಾನು SDM ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಗುರುವೆನಕೆರೆ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆ ಗುರುವೆನಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತನಕ ಓದಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಫೈಲ್ ಆದೆ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ SLC ಪಾಸ್ ಆದವರಿಗೆ 35,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ STD PSO ಇರುವಂಥ ಜಮಾನ ಅದು. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊಬೈಲು ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಟೈಮ್ STD PSO ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ 10th ಪಾಸಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. 35,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಖಾಲಿ ನಮಗೆ 15,000 ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 20,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ 5 ಸಾಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ಪಾಸಾದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಪಾಸಾದಾಗ ಅದು STD ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೋರಸ್ ಮೆಟಲ್ ವೇರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು, ಒಂದು ಹಾರ್ಡ್ವೇರ್ ಅಂಗಡಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ತದನಂತರವಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಕಳದಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಹೋಟ್ಲ್ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. 120 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಂಬಳ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ SC ST ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಈ ಗದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಗದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡೋದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹೊರುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ 50% ಸಂಬಳ, ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಹೊತ್ತರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೊತ್ತರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಸಂಬಳ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ಯಾಯಿತು ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಏನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣನವರು ಬರೋಡದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬರೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯಾಣವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ MRPL ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಆವಾಗ 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಂಬಳ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ 1994. ಆಮೇಲೆ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗೇನೆ 3-4 ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಬಾಂಕ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಇತ್ತು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೇಡಿಯೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಆಟೋಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ನಿಂದ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರು. ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ನನಗೆ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಹಣ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮೀ ಆನ್ ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್. ದ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್. ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದು ಏನು ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಾದ ನಡೆಸಿದ ನಾನು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ನೇಮ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಶಶಿ ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ 1996. ಮೈ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಅದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ 8 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ 32 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು 11,000 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇಶದ 14 ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 7 lakhs ಮೀಲ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಡೇ, ನಾಟ್ 77 lakhs. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 7 lakhs ಮೀಲ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಡೇ ನಾವು ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮದು ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಆದರೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ ತುಂಬ ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಊರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪುನಃ ಊರಿಗೆ ನಾನು 8 ವರ್ಷ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಊರಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಪುನಃ ಹಣ ಖರ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆವಾಗ ಹಣ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋದಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ 8 ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಊರಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಊರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಬರಬೇಕಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಬರೋಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತದನಂತರವಾಗಿ ದೇವರು ನನಗೆ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ, ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಾದರೆ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಫುಲ್ ಟೈಮನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಕೆಲವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಪೂಜ್ಯರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ. ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಅವರ ಡೆಪ್ತಾಗಿ ಅವರ ದಿನಚರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಡೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಒಂದು ಟೈಮು ಚಪ್ಪದವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಅವ್ರ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೆ 75 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ರು ಹೋದರೂ ಕೂಡ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವರಿಂದಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪೂಜೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಡೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಕ್ರಿಟಿಸೈಸಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಸೈಸಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಉಜಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಷನ್ ಪರ್ಲಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಜಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಹೇಗೆ ನಡೀತದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ. ನನಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಇತ್ತು, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು ಖಾಲಿ ರೂರಲ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೊನೌನ್ಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೂಡ ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಷನ್ ಪರ್ಲ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಊರಿನವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಯಾರು ಮಲಗ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾರ್ರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಮಲಗುವವರು ಊರಿನವರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಮಲಗುವವರು ಬೆಳ್ತಗಣಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದವರು. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಹೋಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಊರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ್ರೂ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ರಬ್ಬರ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿ ಪಾತ್ರ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ 3 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ರಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ? ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅರಕೆನಟ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ 5000 crores ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಉಡುಪಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನವರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ಬರ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಟ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಡೆಪ್ತಾಗಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗಳು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾವನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಇನ್ನು ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗಳಿದೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ಗಳೇನು? ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್. ನಾವು ಏನು ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ, ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೊಡ್ಡದಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಮು. ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಪೈಲಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಉಜಿರೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಉಜಿರೆಯ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆದ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಸ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಕಸದಿಂದ ಗೊಬ್ಬರವನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿಸೋದು ನ್ಯೂ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಅದು ಇಷ್ಟು ತನಕ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಉಜಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಮೋ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉಜಿರೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಂತ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಅದು ಫೈನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಫಿನಿಷ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಮುಟ್ಟಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದು ಇನ್ನು ಬರುವಂಥ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೇಕಾದ ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೇಜ್ ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಬೇಡ. ಅಷ್ಟಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಫೇಲಾಗಿ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ನಾನು ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದು, ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಕಲಿಕೆ ಒಂದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ಈಗ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು, ಅವರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು. ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗುವಾಗ ತಾವು ಟೈಮನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೋರಿಂಗ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಆ ಥರ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಯಾರು ಈ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಾ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ MBA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರ? ಒಂದು ಕೈ ಎತ್ತೀರಾ? If anyone who wish to doing MBA in this college or in future? 1, 2, okay. MBA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇದು ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿತೀರಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರನ್ನು, ನಾವು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವು ಜೋಡಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. MBA ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿಯ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲು, ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ತಾವು ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಕರೋಡಪತಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ನನ್ನೊಂದು ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. 22 ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನನಗೆ 100 ಜನರನ್ನ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲಸ ನಾನು 11,000 ಜನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರನರ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 100 ಜನನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ. ಹಣ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ನನಗೆ 100 ಜನ ಯಾರು ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರನರ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಬಯಸ್ತೀರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಟ್ಲ್ ಮಾಡುವನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡುವ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟಾಗಿ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟು ನಾನು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆಗಿ. ನಂದೊಂದೇ ಡ್ರೀಮ್, ನಾನೊಂದು ಸಲ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಇಳಿದಾಗ 100 ಜನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬೇಕು. ಒಬ್ಬ MLA ಆದರೆ ಅವರ ಹಿಂದೆ 3 ಗಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ MP ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಂದ 4 ಗಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಂದ 20 ಗಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗಾಡಿ. ನಾನು ಬಂದಾಗ 100 ಜನ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರನರ್ ಆಗಿ ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನೊಂದು ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಕುಮಾರಯ್ಯನವರು ಮಹೇಶಣ್ಣ ಈ ನಾವು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾನು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಏನು ಕನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ, ಮಹೇಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು 1 ತಿಂಗಳ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಏನಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡುವ ಉದ್ಯಮಿಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಥ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅರೆಕನಟ್ ಅನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೊಕ್ಕಡದ ಹತ್ರ. ಅರೆಕಲಂ ಲೀವ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ತಯಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಅರೆಕಟ್ ತಟ್ಟೆ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಇಂಥ ತುಂಬ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ದೇವರ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯವರ ಹತ್ರ ಅಂಥ ತುಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಅವರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಲಿಕೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದಂಥ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಪಾಠವೇ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಿದ ಅವನ ತಕ್ಕ ನಾನು ನಂಬಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯವರ ಅನುಭವ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕಲಿತಂಥ ಅನುಭವಗಳು. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಹರ್ಷೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಮೊದಲು ಅವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಅದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಆಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಆವಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಕಲಿತಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕಲಿತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗದಿಂದ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಗಪ್ಪ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನನಗೆ ಸರೆಂಡರ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ, ಮೊದಲು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನುಂಟ ಅದನ್ನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನೋಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣವನ್ನು ದೋಚುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ರೀಸನೇಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಒಂದು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ವಿಧೇಯರಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಇಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ತಾವು ಕರೆದು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಈ ದೇವರ ಹತ್ರ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ಜನ್ಮ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ನನಗೆ ತುಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜನ್ಮ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎತ್ತೆ ತಾಯಿಯ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುವಂತೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ಸೇಗುವಂಥ ದೇವರು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ದೇವರ ಹತ್ರ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾತು ಮುಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your incredible journey and visions with us. A 2 days international conference on a topic of indisputable relevance like rural entrepreneurship is no short of an accomplishment for a department. The Department of Economics has made this happen, and to document the memory of this achievement, the department is releasing a souvenir that is a compendium of all the abstracts and papers submitted to and sessions planned in the conference. I humbly request the keynote speaker, Professor Kaliyappa Kalirajan, to release the souvenir.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to introduce the guest of honor and keynote speaker for today's event, Professor Kaliyappa Kalirajan. Emeritus Professor Kaliyappa Kalirajan from the Ann Cordon Department of Economics, Crawford School of Public Policy, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia, is also VKRV Rao Chair Professor at the Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru. Professor Kalirajan is a renowned expert in applied development economics, applied econometrics, and applied international economics. His research specializations include productivity, performance measures and analysis, regional economic groups in international trade and low-carbon energy systems. With a career spanning over 4 decades, Professor Kalirajan has published 20 books and over 174 refereed research papers in academic and policy-oriented journals. He has also edited several books and journal special issues and has served as a consultant in more than 21 national and international organizations, including the International Rice Research Institute, the World Bank, Washington, Singapore Institute of Management, World Health Organization, Geneva, Asian Development Bank, Philippines, Varga Institute, Sri Lanka, NCAER and Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India, New Delhi, Commonwealth of Australia, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Canberra, etc. Professor Kalirajan has successfully guided 28 students to complete their PhD research, a remarkable achievement that speaks about his dedication and expertise. Professor Kalirajan has held various prestigious positions, including Professor of International Economics at the Foundation of Advanced Studies on International Development and National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo. He is currently a member of the editorial board of several prestigious journals, including the Developing Economics, Asia's and the Pacific Policy Studies, the Journal of Social and Economic Development, and many more. Sir, I request you to kindly convey the best wishes for the conference.
G'day. It's really a great honor to be here on this important occasion. I just want to make only 2 points from the previous speakers. First, Dr. Satish Chandra was saying that he was not an economist, but I disagree with him. Everybody is an economist, and you are practicing economics without your knowledge. I'll tell you a simple example. You have 100 rupees in your hand, and then you are going to make a decision where to eat. Suppose if you eat in your canteen, it will be subsidized by SMDR, so you pay only 40 rupees, and then 60 rupees is a savings. And then the distance you travel is also saved. Suppose if you decide to take this lunch somewhere else, for which you have to pay 20 rupees on transport and then 60 rupees on food, so your savings is reduced only to 20 rupees. And the timings is also there. So here, the decision making depends on the price variable, which is depend on demand and supply. So you are an economist, you are choosing whatever way you like. And suppose if you are going to the restaurant and you are eating there, and then you meet a old friend whom you wanted to meet for a long time, but you didn't meet him because you had to spend a lot of money on transportation. So this is, you are getting now externality. You didn't go to meet him, but you are meeting him. So this is a positive externality. Negative externality, unfortunately, you have to pay for his bill also, then it is negative externality. So everybody is trying to do the economics in your life. So I agree that everybody is an economist, okay? So that is the one. The second thing is when we follow the economic principles, the utility is maximized. So that is the one. And yesterday when I was coming from this and your Professor Dixit was telling me that only those who do not get admission in MCOM and MSc, they will end up in economics. But this was the case in the 1960s. But now it is changed. Exactly different in Australia. If you have an economics degree, your job is guaranteed. So economics is a subject which is very easily understandable. Now we also heard that these are all the stalwarts of the things. But anyway, I'm not here to market economics. But based on this rural development and entrepreneurship, it is really a very important topic. And if we satisfy the rural entrepreneurship, it will solve SDG 1, that is reduction of poverty, SDG 2, that is no hunger, that SDG 12, sustainable production and consumption. So the entrepreneurship, particularly in the developing countries, particularly in rural areas, is very, very important. And this school has really, this college has really taken an initiative, under this group, Professor Ganaraj and Professor Mahesh Shetty. So that is really appreciating, and let us listen to all these. I think students may be making presentations, right? Okay, so we would love to listen what the students are feeling about entrepreneurship and the students. So with this, let me say that this is a good seminar, and your participation is really very much welcome, and I hope that we all can benefit from learning from each other. Thank you. Fine.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of STM College Ujire and President of today's event, to kindly deliver the presidential remarks.
Seeking the divine blessings of Lord Sri Manjunatheshwara and Janardana Swami, I deem it as a great proud privilege to preside over this two-day multidisciplinary international conference on rural development, rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies, a way forward, organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development of our institution. Esteemed inaugurator of this today international conference, Dr. Satish Chandra, the Secretary of our institution, Emeritus Professor, the Australian National University, Canberra, Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan, RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka, Dr. Balu Kenchappa, the renowned businessman and pride of Beltangadi, Sri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, and the head of the Department of Economics, Dr. Gandaraj, the organizing secretary and the convener of this seminar, Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty, Dr. Jay Kumar sir, Dr. T. Krishnamurthy sir, Professor Krishnaraj, and Professor from Kuvempu University, Vice Principal, members of core committee, all the invitees, delegates, and my dearest students. At the very outset, let me compliment and congratulate the Department of Economics for shouldering the responsibility of organizing this two-day international conference that's on a very important topic, that is rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies. I need not to say much about the topic because experts are there, stalwarts in this particular field will highlight, and I am confident that in the 2 days tenure, the meaningful deliberations and discourses will be there, and it will definitely explore the possibility of new enterprises as well as the entrepreneurship in the rural areas. I believe that the rural entrepreneurship gains importance because it contributes in driving the economic growth. Rural entrepreneurship contributes to national GDP by creating employment, promoting innovation, and utilizing the local resources effectively. It contributes to employment generation because it reduces rural unemployment by creating jobs locally, and this help in curbing the rural to urban migration. The resource utilization is another very important thing. Entrepreneurs in rural areas make effective use of untapped resources like land, labor, and raw materials, turning them into marketable products or services. It also helps in reduction in regional disparities by promoting development in rural areas. Entrepreneurship helps bridge the gap between urban and rural regions, ensuring balanced economic growth. And it helps in empowerment of the marginalized groups, promotion of indigenous products, and helps in integration of the new technology, and it helps in agri-business, and also it encourages the social enterprises. In Beltangadi Taluk only, we all have witnessed the establishment of a big agri-business, that is agri-leaf production, and the turnover is more than several crores. And our own alumnus are doing this business. This one simple example is a good illustration of the scope and importance for the rural entrepreneurship. Since, say, around 80% of the audience constitute our good students, I am asking you all a very simple question. What you are planning to do after your graduation? I know that, say, around 40% of you will proceed for your post-graduation. You will continue in your master's studies. After that, one day or the other, you will definitely go in search of job. ಹೌದಾ? ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ? ಉದ್ಯೋಗಂ ಪುರುಷ ಲಕ್ಷಣಂ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎದುರುಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅವರದೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಯನ್ನು ನ್ಯಾರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ರೀಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸಿದೆ. ಹೌದಾ? ಹೌದಾದ್ರೆ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಕೇವಲ 8 ಜನರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 11,000 ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಅವರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇವತ್ತು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 11,000 ಜನ, 7 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮೀಲ್ಸನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಅವರು ಕೇಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಇದೇನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಐಕಾನಿಕ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎದುರುಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರಿಗಾದರೂ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು. ನೀವು ಬಹುಶಃ ವೀಡಿಯೋಸನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಕವಿತಾ ಮಿಶ್ರಾ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ ಆಗಿ ದುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬೋರ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜೀವನ ಬೇಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅನ್ನಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಊರು ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದು ದಟ್ ಲೇಡಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಎ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್, ಒಂದು ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅರೌಂಡ್ 8 acres ಬ್ಯಾರನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಬರಡು ಭೂಮಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ 8 ಎಕರೆ ಬರಡು ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕವಿತಾ ಮಿಶ್ರಾ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಹರ್ ಓನ್ ಅಗ್ರಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಏನು ಅಗ್ರಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಈಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಬೇರೆ 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 ಜಾತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಹಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರ ಹತ್ತಿರ 100 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸದವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಆ್ಯನ್ಯುವಲ್ ಟರ್ನ್ ಓವರ್ ಅನೇಕ ಕೋಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಂಥೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಗಳು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತನ್ನ ಊರಿಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಉದ್ಯಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ನೂರಾರು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರ ಬಾಳನ್ನೂ ಬೆಳಗಿ ತಾನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಗೌರವಯುತವಾದಂತಹ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಗಮನಿಸಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ 2020ಯ ನಂತರ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೆಟ್ರೋ ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರವರ ಊರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದರು. ಕೆಲವರು ವರ್ಕ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವರು ಇದ್ದ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಹೊಸ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ? ಈಗ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹನೀಯರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಂದ್ರರು ಮತ್ತು ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಹೊಸ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು, ಇಕೋ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೊಡಗಿಗೆ, ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕೆನರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಂಡು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ ಅದು? ಹೋಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇ. ನೇಚರ್ ವಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ನೇಚರ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನರ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಸಾರ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಹೊಸ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ನಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ರೂಪುಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈ 2 ದಿನದ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್, ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಡೆಲಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್, ನೀವು ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಇದನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ರಿಸರ್ಚನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗಾಳಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನೀರು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪರಿಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಂಫರ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು, ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪನ್ನು ನೀವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡೆಲಿಬ್ರೇಟ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು discuss the various possibilities of exploring the entrepreneurship in the rural areas. They will definitely come out with some excellent resolutions. ಮತ್ತು ಆ ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ರೀಚ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ, 10% ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ನೀವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ, ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕರೇಜ್, 2ನೇದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್, 3ನೇದು ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಈಗಲಿಂದ ಇನ್ಕಲ್ಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು ಕಳೆದ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 3 ತಿಂಗಳುಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ತುಂಬ ಶ್ರಮವಹಿಸಿ ದುಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಂಬ ಕಡೆ ಓಡಾಡಿ ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೇವಲ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮೆನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಳ್ತಂಗಡಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಾ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ NSSನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಜುಗರದಿಂದ ನಾನೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ತಡವರಿಸ್ತಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಮೌಂಟನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಓ ಇಷ್ಟೇಯಾ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂಥೇಳಿದರೆ ಆ ಔದಾರ್ಯ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಜನರಾಸಿಟಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ನಾನಿಮಿಟಿ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಟಚಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಾವೆಷ್ಟೇ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂದಂತಹ ಪರಿಸರ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಹಂಬಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ದೇವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ, We have delegates who have come all the way from Karnataka and different parts of the India, and we have students from different parts of Karnataka state also. Once again, welcoming all of you to the SDM campus. I wish you a very fruitful and meaningful deliberation. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. As we approach the end of the inaugural session, I request Dr. Ganaraja K, Head of the Department Economics, to kindly deliver the word of thanks.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha, Om Shri Janardharaya Namaha. I, Dr. Ganaraj K, deem it a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. As William Arthur Ward rightly said, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. At the very outset, I would like to seek the blessings of Reverend Dr. D. Virendra Hegde, Sir, Dharmadhikari of Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala and Honorable President of SDME Society, who should have been the inaugurator of this conference, but due to other commitments, he could not make it out. So I extend my respectful gratitude to him. The inaugurator of this two-day multidisciplinary conference, Dr. Satish Chandra S., Honorable Secretary of SDM Educational Society, who has inaugurated our two-day international conference. Sir always motivates us, encourages us in all our academic endeavors, and his invaluable support to our department is always cherished. Your words of wisdom has enhanced our horizon and knowledge. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Dr. Kaliyappa Kalirajan, Emeritus Professor, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia, has graced the occasion as a guest of honor and extended his wishes to the deliberation going to take place for the 2 days. The most awaited keynote address will be delivered by him immediately after this inaugural session. On behalf of the college and organizing committee, I extend my wholehearted thanks to him. Thank you, sir. Dr. Balu Kenchappa, RBI Ombudsman for Karnataka, Bengaluru, has graced the occasion as chief guest and inspired through his thought-provoking address. On behalf of the college and organizing committee, I express my deepest sense of gratitude to you, sir. On behalf of the department and organizing committee, I would like to thank our another chief guest, Shri Shashidhar Shetty Baroda, entrepreneur Gujarat, who spared his time from his busiest schedule to be with us today for the inaugural session. Thank you very much, sir. I place on record our gratitude to our principal, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, for his generous support for this conference. Your encouragement has constantly bolstered our endeavors. Thank you very much, sir. My deepest sense of gratitude are due to Dr. G.V. Joshi, former professor of economics, Mangalore University, and member of Karnataka State Planning Board, who has addressed us on the conference theme and who has also been the curator of this conference. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to recognize the gracious presence of Dr. T. Krishnamurthy, former HOD of Economics and RD and also former Vice Principal of our college. Dr. J. Kumar Shetty, former HOD of Economics and RD and former Principal of our college. Shri Anil, Director of, Shri Vijay, Director of RUDCETI, and all the faculty of RUDCETI, members from SKDRDP, all the resource persons, delegates from various universities and colleges, thank you very much. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Shalib Kumari, Vice Principal of a college, all the deans, HODs, all the staff members for joining us today. I thank profusely the members from media for giving wide publicity and coverage of the proceedings. Last but not the least, I thank Dr. Mahesh Kumar Shetty, Organizing Secretary, and all the organizing committee coordinators, members, my colleagues from the department, student delegates, coordinators, volunteers, and all the technicians for your relentless effort and cooperation in making this inaugural session a resounding success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Here we conclude the inaugural session for the 2 days International Conference on Rural Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economics. Interesting sessions by resource persons will follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, one and all.
Special appreciations to all the student friends who have witnessed this auspicious occasion. Thank you very much, all my dear students, for your gracious presence over here. And we'll be having only 10 minutes tea break. And soon after the tea break, the keynote address will start here. I request all the participants to have the tea in the garden, please. And the interested students also can join the keynote address after 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. A note from the organizing committee, all the participants please stay back here for the keynote address, and we are running out of time. That's why we have postponed the tea session in the afternoon. Please be here for the keynote address. Thank you. ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕುಳಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. In a very 5 minutes, the keynote session starts. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಸಾಂಗ್.
Hello.
ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 1,000 ಅಂತೆ. ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಳು ಇವರೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ಥರ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಕಪ್ ಅಂತ
ಮುದ್ದಾದ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೂ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೆನ್ನೆಗೂ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ತಂದು ಕೊಡಲೇನು ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಮಾಯಾವಿ.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಮಾತಲ್ಲೇ ಮಿಂಚು ತಂದ ನನ್ನೋಳು ಈ ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಚಂದ್ರನೇ ಚುಂಕಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಲು ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದಾದ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೊಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ತಂದು ಕೊಡಲೇ ಮಾತಲ್ಲೇ ಮಿಂಚು ತಂದ ನನ್ನೋಳು ಈ ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಚಂದ್ರನೇ ಚುಂಕಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಲು ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದಾದ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೊಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೆನ್ನೆಗೊಂದು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ತಂದು ಕೊಡಲೇನು ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಮಾಯಾವಿ
ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಮಿನುಗು ನೀನು ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಬಿಸಿಲು ನೀನು ಸಾಲದಿರು ಹಾಡು ನೀನು ಬೇಕೆನಿಸೋ ಸಂಜೆ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತೈಸೋ ಅವಳಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಸಾಗರದ ಬಾನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸೋ ಅವಳೇ ನೀಲಿ ಸಮಯ ನೀ ನಿಂತೋದೆ ಅವಳ ಅಂಗೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೂನು ಶರಣಾದೆ ಅವಳ ಗುಂಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ನೀ ಮೊದಲ ಕೊನೆಯ ಆಸೆ ನನ್ನ ಎದೆಗೆ ಹಿಡಿಸೋ ಭಾಷೆ ಅನುರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆ ಬೀದಿಯಲಿ ನನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಮನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬರಲು ತಡ ಇನ್ನೇಕೆ ಕಿಟಕಿಲೆ ನಾಕಾದೆ ಕನಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಇರದಾಗ ನನ್ನವಳ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಜಾಗ ಹೃದಯ ಮೌನ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಮಾತು ಹೇಗೆ ಆಡಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಹೋದೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ದೂರಿ ನೀನೇ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಶಾಯರಿ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಹೈ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸೋತೆ ಹೋದೆ ನೀ ಮೊದಲ ಕೊನೆಯ ಆಸೆ ನನ್ನ ಎದೆಗೆ ಹಿಡಿಸೋ ಭಾಷೆ ಅನುರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆ ಬೀದಿಯಲಿ ನನಗೂ ನಿನಗೂ ಮನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬರಲು ತಡ ಇನ್ನೇಕೆ ಕಿಟಕಿಲೆ ನಾಕಾದೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a hearty welcome to the first session of the International Conference on Rural Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies, organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development. We shall hear from our keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Kaliyappa Kalirajan from the Ant Gordon Department of Economics, Crawford School of Public Policy, Australian National University, Canberra, Australia, in this session. We have heard his illustrious profile during inauguration, so we shall head directly to this session. Sir, I request you to kindly take over.
G'day. I know that you have been sitting for a long time, so the maximum you can concentrate on the talk is only for 45 minutes. So I reduced my talk to 45 minutes, but I also want you to participate in my discussion. So I'm going to ask you some questions during this presentation. And those who are sitting in the front, you may be asked so many times. But if you do not know the answer, just smile at me. Then I will pass it on to other people. But if you don't smile, I think that you are thinking on the answer, so I will be waiting. Understand? Okay, so now let us see. Okay, so this is the latest report from International Monetary Fund. It compares the, this is just a title. So, the forecast for the growth for 2025. But if you look at this, we have made a comparison of countries, important countries all over the world. And since the pointer is, I cannot use this, so I'm going near and to show you. This is India. So if you look at it, in 2025, there will be reduction in economic growth, about 0.5 percentage points. In China, there will be reduction of 0.3 percentage points. So, these two countries are the major countries in the world in terms of population and also in terms of their geopolitical power currently. But if you look at Philippines, it will grow 0.3% more from 2024. And then if you look at Thailand, that is a third from there, it will also grow by 0.2 percentage points. And Japan is 0.8 percentage points. So rest of the, okay, thanks. So, not all the countries are growing, but the important countries for us is China and India. And these two countries will be definitely declining from the 2024. You may be asking why such a decline. There may be so many reasons, but I am trying to introduce that it is mainly because of lack of innovation in terms of the entrepreneurial qualities and characteristics. So that we will see how we can improve it. This is one of the problems. Until we solve this, we cannot progress. Okay? Huh? Is it now? Now it's working.
Shall I operate?
No, because I know how to, when to apply. So maybe it likes my friend Professor Krishna Raj fingers, not mine. But does not matter. We will go. Now he has given the golden touch, it should work. Okay, what is the main problem with this is entrepreneurship. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to relate. But which type of entrepreneurship is important? And we say the rural entrepreneurship, particularly in agricultural entrepreneurship, is very important. Why? There are about 570 million smallholder farmers around the world, and they produce 1/3 of the food production. And they are also giving back to the world 32% of the agricultural emissions of greenhouse gas emissions. So it is very important from that angle. But the issue is high population pressure and the declining agricultural land. They are putting a lot of pressure on the deforestation and also the natural resources degradation. So the impact will be felt in most of the developing countries where agriculture is dominating. Okay, how does it have, or how does it influence the deforestation and the emissions? That is simply because misuse of natural resources like water and using heavy fertilizer and pesticides. So these are the things. What will be the impact on those? If you use more pesticides and fertilizers, you are thinking that you will get your yield better. Maybe. On the other hand, it has a negative impact on the salinity of the land. So if the salinity of the land is affected, productivity is affected. If productivity is affected, profitability is affected. So then the whole rural economy will be affected in terms of negative returns to agriculture. So this will be happening more. So how do you solve this problem? So technology is the only solution. Can you prove that technology is the only solution? Yes, we have already done it. If you remember, in 1962, we had a heavy drought in India. And because of that, two American economists, Paddock and Paddock brothers, they released a book saying that India will be doomed and it will get into hunger. But at that time, the then agricultural minister, Mr. C. Subramaniam, he went to International Rice Research Institute to bring in the high yielding varieties program. So because of that, India was saved. So what is high yielding varieties program? That is innovation of fertilizer responsive seeds of rice and wheat. So that was introduced, and that was nothing but technological innovation and advancement, right? So we have already proved that technology is a solution. But in this case, now we have to take care of another issue, that is not having negative impact on environment. So previously, our main concern was to increase production. But today, we want to increase production, but at the same time, we do not want to destroy the environment. So again, we have to depend on technology. But this time, this technology is different from what we wanted in the 1964. So in order to apply the technology, that technology high yielding varieties program introduced in 1964 in India produced good entrepreneurs, particularly in the irrigated farms. Later, the non-irrigated or rainfed farmers also joined in that thing to produce more production. So that led to their skills of entrepreneurship coming up on surface. But what is entrepreneurship? Then only we can talk about what is rural entrepreneurship. So if I ask this question, what is entrepreneurship? You will say, I am not an economics student, right? Will you say, if I ask you, what is entrepreneurship, can you answer? I told you, oh, very good, sit down. So he knows something. So that is why he is able to say something. Whether it is right or wrong does not matter. Okay? Yes, entrepreneurship involves so many characteristics of decision making. And that decision making should lead to profitability or productivity increase. Okay? So one of the thing is creation of a new good or new product, or changing the method of application in the production process, or creating a new market, or creating a new method of marketing of the product. All these things are qualities mentioned by Schumpeter, because he is known as the father of innovations. He published his first book in 1934, published by the Harvard University Press, about the theory of economic development. So there he concentrates on entrepreneurship. Now, many other researchers, like Professor Krishna Raj, they write about entrepreneurship, concentrating only specifically looking at certain aspects. Because the research he undertakes in particular area needs that particular things to be highlighted. So he concentrates on that area. And other people concentrate on others. But there is no single paper which combines all these characteristics into one. Right? Now, how do we combine all these characteristics into one? It may be difficult to write so many papers including this. So let us look at what is a common thread, okay, that passing through all those things. Okay, so that one is simple. If you go back to the definition of entrepreneurship by Schumpeter, he is saying that new product or new method of application or new kind of organizational structure. So we pick up 2 points there, the method of application and also the method of organization, that is entrepreneurship. So if these two things can be used in our analysis, we can work out what is rural entrepreneurship. Okay, so next question, why rural entrepreneurship? Why not urban entrepreneurship? Yes, you can have urban entrepreneurship, does not matter. But today, what is important for us is push up that growth. And we already saw the issues in agriculture. Agricultural land supply is reducing, but at the same time, how serious is that problem? The Food and Agricultural Organization in a recent report has mentioned there will be 10 billion people in 2050. In order to feed them, production of food supply should increase 70% from the level of 2020. Okay, so that is serious, but this is not serious. The more serious issue is, same FAO report also indicates, for the past 6.5 decades, 65 years, agricultural productivity has been reducing and has reduced it to 21% compared to that previous levels of 2020. So, if you look at this, so it is a very serious problem. So, in this serious problem, how do we tackle these things? Is rural entrepreneurship is the only solution through technological development. That's the digitalization of agriculture. So that is why the rural entrepreneurship is highly dependent on bringing up the agricultural entrepreneurship, okay, using digital technology. Job creation, because it will produce, once you bring in new technology, definitely there will be many demand for that, and the suppliers should also will increase. So that will lead to job creation in rural. Okay, what is the point in increasing job creation in the rural area? If you increase job creation, employment opportunities for rural people, there is no need for them to migrate to city, right? Why do you migrate to city? Yes, job opportunities. So if you can get it in rural area, you will not come, right? So that is why it is better to have this technological development which leads to job creation. Next one is innovation and diversification. So we try to innovate further, more and more from HYVP. For example, you all know that there is Industry 1, Industry 2. I don't know your name, but I know your saree color, green, you. No, English varadu, okay. Yanakku Kannada varadu. So, I will call okay. So, I can understand Kannada, but I cannot speak. Okay, so, okay, I will tell you. Okay, these innovation example, we have Industry 1, Industry 2, Industry 3, and Industry 4 now. Similarly, in agriculture, we have Agriculture 1, Agriculture 2, Agriculture 3, and Agriculture 4. Do you know what is Agriculture 1? Huh? Very good. She smiled, so I will move. So, what about you? The blue color, yes. You don't know. Very good. She is smiling and also saying does not know. Very good. So I move. So the answer is simple. First, agriculture is always labor intensive because we want to produce more employment opportunities and want to produce more. So the land limited one, so we use more. Second is the high yielding varieties program, which I mentioned. And the third one is precision agriculture. So there we were using the Internet of Things and less things to identify and using drones a little bit. But the fourth one is digitalization of agriculture. So which means we are collecting a lot of data and then we are using the data to help or facilitate our thinking of how to make a decision, how to plant or how to apply fertilizer, how to apply water. At the same time preserving water. So this is the digitalization. So agriculture 4. That is the innovation and diversification. Empowerment of rural, yes, if we increase the lifestyle and also the income of the rural people, they will have self-confidence. So the rural community will be self-reliant and self-satisfied. Now, in rural community, each one is an entrepreneur. But unfortunately, they are not the same level of entrepreneurs. Right? You are a staff, right? Are you a staff member? Okay. Entrepreneur. Sorry? Student of economics. Okay. You are well dressed, so I thought you are a professor. But anyhow, don't worry. Since you are an student of economics, so I will ask you, the entrepreneurship is not the same for everyone. It's just like, you students. We teach you the subject and we give you the same notes. But at the end of the examination, do you think that everybody will get the same marks? Why? Because the same lecturer, same notes, and the same question paper, so you should be also, and you did not sleep, everybody is awake, and so the answer should be, the result should be the same, but we are not. So there is something which is there that makes the difference in those category of students. So our next important question is, how do we measure that difference so that we solve? So this difference is not the difference between two persons. This is the difference within you. It is not from external. For example, I'm not saying that why China's productivity is 3 times more than India's productivity. So here we are comparing China and India. But that is not the question. That is not good also, because it depends on various environments. But what we are comparing is, what is the productivity of agriculture in 1960 in India, and what is the productivity of agriculture in 2025 today? So that is the comparison is important. Okay, so it is not, we are comparing one with another. We are comparing yourself with yourself, and whether there is an improvement or not. And that is why this is an example. So this is a theoretical model, but anyway, I'm not going into the theory more. I'm using this to explain the concept. So each one, suppose if we assume each one is an entrepreneurial capacity in production. So this is a production possibility curve. So one group is having this kind of entrepreneurial ability, another has different ability, another has 3, okay. So if you take a kind of overlapping of those abilities of the entrepreneurs, then you will have a meta-production frontier, which means it is the maximum possible that the area can produce. But unfortunately, not each one is producing. So how to make them to achieve that level should be our policy question. And that should be measured and then should be applied if you want to make agricultural policy, monetary policy, or fertilizer policy. We need to fill up this gap. Without that, it is not possible. Digitalization is one approach to fill up this gap. How is it? First of all, we say we have to learn from advanced states. For example, for software industry, Karnataka is #1 top level. So the neighboring states, they learn from this and they are also now developing. For example, Andhra Pradesh is also becoming one of the important hubs for IoT, that is Internet of Things, and then AI, artificial intelligence, and similarly with Tamil Nadu. So each one is then trying to see what the others are getting, what are the policies those governments are doing it, so whether can we follow. So this is the kind of knowledge sharing state-wise across, and it is possible to do it. In order to do this knowledge sharing and learning from one state to another state, what are the important things we should be concentrating is simply each state's GDP or each state's income depends on 3 major things. One is your natural resources, another one is manufactured resources. So the natural resources you can easily simulate with agriculture, and manufactured is to the industries, and then human and social capital. Okay, so that is education and the social fabrics and how harmoniously the society is living. All those things will become under the social capital. Now, So the opportunities for collaboration, when the other states are lacking in any one of these things, they can easily capture how did the other one or how is the other state is solving issues in these areas. So that is why the state-wise, the important things are why this Karnataka is top on internet or digitalization. Looking at state-wise innovation systems, there are so many research institutions. Even Huawei has a research institute here. Chinese company has a research institute in Karnataka, in Bangalore. So because of the human and social capital. Okay. So next one is a collective learning and capacity building. How we do it, I will come back next. Then the pooling of state-wise, not only public, but also the private resources. Okay, so what about the knowledge sharing in these things is the developed and emerging states in India. So each one is, if you look at, it is clear that South India is progressing much faster than North India. And within that, the WHO and FAO reports are insisting, and also IMF are insisting, that the rural-urban difference in terms of levels of living has been reducing. That means the rural is picking up, rural area is picking up in terms of growth and other things, particularly in India. The rural consumers are understanding, and then they are spending a lot. So that indicates that their levels of living are going up. The gap between rural and urban is closing in India. This is the latest report which is saying. But when we get the transformations, how do we do this transformation? This can happen through land use and land use change and forestry. For this, we need digitalization, and how we are going to do that. Digitalization in rural area can improve not only agricultural entrepreneurship, but also non-agricultural entrepreneurship. Because when the technology comes in, we need companies to serve those technology companies and the technology users, that is the farmers. So in that way, we have so many advisory groups and the e-commerce platforms and rural-based information technology and technology institutes. And your college like yours is more useful in making a clear understanding of what should be taught and how it should be effectively taught. So these are the things which colleges like this can contribute to the digitalization of rural entrepreneurship. Again, simple. Digital agriculture, generate employment, that is fine. But how it is going to help when you are using drones or when you are using sensory subjects, we can easily identify the growth process of the crops, and we can in advance find out how much diseases we can expect. So then where the water supply is more, where we need more water, where we need less water, all those things can be used so that you can save. Instead of, previously we used to irrigate the entire land, but now not necessary. You can, based on the drone data, you could put more water in one place where it is needed and less water in the place where it is not needed. So that leads to kind of a job creation through the operator of drones and other things. Access of market information, now you will know, because I think in Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu introduced quite long ago about the e-platforms to mobile phones. So the farmers will know what is the price of chilies in the market. So based on that, the high price, they will move. So that was introduced quite some time ago, but not effectively used by many people. That is with lack of knowledge. So we need a capacity building. And supply chain efficiency, so that we can supply to the places where there is a greater demand so that your profitability increases. All these things can be done only through digitalization of agriculture because it is mainly based on data collection and analysis of data. And there are so many softwares now developed. Okay, so that is why it is giving a lot of opportunities for employment and other things there. Now I'm giving, this is the latest figures which shows that the e-commerce, how the e-commerce is growing around the world. So Asia is growing, but India is also slowly growing. But Europe is declining. In Australia, it is only, it is a little bit slow increase, 54 to 74. But if you look at Asia, it's about 43% increase. So Asia means mainly China and India. Okay? Particularly China is fast. You know, there is a e-commerce platform, Temu. Have you heard about Temu? And Alibaba? No? So you should buy next what you want to buy through Alibaba or Temu, very cheap. But don't ask me the quality. If you go for the price, it's very cheap. So similarly, in India, you have Amazon, right? Many people are using Amazon. No? Do you use Amazon or you go to the shop? Those ladies are 4 in same color. No? Do you use Amazon? No, the problem is this one is whether it is yes or no. I don't know. You are saying yes. Okay. So that e-commerce platform is flourishing in India. So in China it is super. It is going very fast. Everything you can buy it. And Europe is the one which is declining. So this is the latest story. So it indicates digitalization has been flourishing and occurring in fast speed in Asia, particularly in China and India. So this helps us. So what are the major tools used in the digitalization of agriculture? Then we can see that the syllabus in the agricultural extension services all can adjust to these, what are the things available. Okay, so colleges like this can easily introduce those things in their extension service education. Predictive, that is AI power. Only 2 things I am concentrating here because no time, as I mentioned, 45 minutes. Before then you cannot sit down. Okay, so that is why I put this. Do you know why I am using this PowerPoint? I'm not reading from there, but why do I use it? Because you don't feel tired when you look at the things. If you see, look my face all the time, you get tired, right? So you are thinking, you are not smiling and you are not saying anything. You are thinking still. Do you understand what I say? You. Yeah, I am talking to you. No, sir, ayo. So, yes, I am talking to you. Do you understand what I ask you? Again? Okay, anyhow, these are all just some kind of distraction so that you don't sleep. If I don't do this kind of interaction with you, already some people may be in the last row, may be sleeping, right? Is it right? Are you sleeping? No? Very good. So tell me, what is the predictive analytics? That is, the AI will tell you how much yield you can expect just looking at the ground level. And so that the farmer can prepare for his expenditure or investment later and other things. Second one is, previously, you know, when I did field work in Coimbatore in the 1976, the farmers used to say that because in Tamil Nadu, electricity for farmers is free. So what they do is, in the night times, around 10:30 or 11, they go and switch on the water for taking out from the well. and they switch off only in the morning. So you imagine how much water might have really gone into the field and some are gone wasted. But nowadays it is not necessary. You can control the water supply through the digitalization. Because in our home, back home in Canberra, we have big garden in front, garden, back garden, all those things. So we manipulate. Suppose if I forget, then from my office 10 kilometers away, I can operate to switch on the water to the front garden. So if there is more rain, then the sensor will detect and it will not release any water. So are based on data, the data analysis. So we have, just like data analysis mean what? Suppose if you are collecting data on consumption, and then you want to find out what are the major determinants of consumption of clothes. So what do you do? You are a professor or you are a student? Very good dresser. So now you collect data on your income and on the consumption of clothing and also your family structure and also your family composition. That is how many wives, how many kids, and wife will be only one, so no need. So how many kids and how many brothers or sisters if you are a joint family. So you collect that thing and put it as a right-hand side variable. And the left-hand side variable is the consumption of clothing. Then this is you collect the data, then you need to find out what is the impact of income. If income increases, how much you are going to spend on clothing. If the family size increases, how much you are going to spend on, all these things you need. So for that, you don't have to worry, you have a software. You have heard about Stata, right? Economics should have known Stata, or which software you are using in economics to estimate Stata. Yeah, processing the data. Sir? Okay, might, but say SPSS or Stata or OR, these are the softwares. Okay, so I know it's a statistical one, but I think we should also use that. Okay, so when we are using that kind of software, it will give us the impact of the family on consumption and other things. Okay, so the same way, from then you can work out. If I want to increase the consumption expenditure of clothes, then I have to increase my income, or I have to reduce my, if it is a negative coefficient, I have to reduce my family size. All those things you can easily done, that is by better decision making through AI. Next one is IoT, that is Internet of Things. So that is main function is sensor based monitoring. So it will monitor and it will tell you, okay, there is more water, so you don't need to irrigate that area. Or in the ground there is less water, so that there is no point in drilling in that area. So drill in that other area where it is more. So these are monitoring, and also if there is some crops are affected by diseases, but some are not affected. So you don't need to put the pesticides equally. So you have to use more in the place affected, less in the place affected. And livestock monitoring, see, the human being's behavior is very difficult to predict, right? So that is why we have so many Gurujis around the country. So they are all teaching you how do we predict human behavior. Even then it is wrong. It is not possible. Nobody, because human behavior is very difficult to predict because it depends on many things. But here we are using this IoT to predict the animal's behavior. So that is quite useful for monitoring the growth and the behavior and then the feeding and all those things of this animal. That is very important. Next, supply chain optimization. Again, you can optimize the logistics where the demand is needed or where the supply should not be increased. So all those things we can get it through the IoT. So now I'm going to give you some examples because, okay, in India we are using the digitalization of agriculture, but unfortunately the data are not sufficient enough to do analysis. They are not very clear. Only some states are using it, some states are not using it, and it is widely spread. So it is not giving. So I'm taking example from 2 Southeast Asian countries which have been using this digitalization of agriculture, and I'm trying to give you an information how much productivity gain they achieved. So one is our good neighbor Malaysia. So Malaysia's agriculture, if you look at it, you can read this article in the Journal of Agricultural Engineering Research. It says that 30% in the plantation, 30% labor cost is saved and the yield increased by 20%. Okay, this is for plantation. What happens to the small scale farmers and other things in terms of rice farming and other things? So if you look at rice farming also, MARDI, the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, conducted, which showed that 15% increase in yield and 10% increase reduction in water usage. Okay, so preservation of natural resource. And then another survey by Malaysian Drone Association, it found that 60% of the Malaysian farmers want to use the drone, but only 10% had actually employed. So why there is a gap of 50? So 60% wants, but only 10% are using. So this is, what are the factors that are constraining? So that is another type of analysis. I will not go into that detail. Next one, we will look at the Thailand agriculture. So Thailand ministry says that precision agriculture is already increased to 20% and water reduction is 15%. Okay, we saw first the corporate sector. Okay, that is a palm industry. Next we saw rice farming, and the third one we are looking at the sugarcane industry, which is, they are all different production characteristics. So here the drone monitoring of sugarcane estimated by 25% the improved yield, and then labor cost reduced by 20%. Why this labor cost reduced 20%? For example, in China, 200 million hectares, okay, 200 million hectares being monitored by drones. Just imagine if human beings are involved in monitoring the 200 million hectares, how much money you have to use it. And will it be further correct or not? That nobody knows. So China is using drones in such a high level. So drone regulation, the Thai government has regulation, but you see, all these things need to be regulated. So the Thai government is established regulations for using of drones in agriculture. Okay, now after comparing these 2 countries, what is our country doing? So Indian government's initiatives. Indian government is also trying to improve the practices of using digitalization of agriculture through various programs. Since you are in India, you know much better than me. There is no point in telling you what are the programs available, because you are an expert. So I'm just only highlighting what are the things. Subsidy and incentives, the government has given various programs giving subsidies because the present central government is very much interested to improve the technology and bringing in the digitalization of agriculture. And also most of the state governments is also, going along with the central government to improve their agricultural performance. Training, capacity building, the government is having a lot of programs. Okay, I will give you some examples of those things. Since you know better, so I'm just leaving. Drone manufacturers. John Deere is the international company, and they produce a lot of drones, and then it is being applied here and also all over the world. Agriculture startups, in India we have a lot of startup programs. You might be seeing every day newspapers, new startup coming, but if you go to the, the Niti Aayog website, you will see that how much they are using for startup and other things. The service providers, that is very important. So once we give the technology, we do not worry about the service. I mean, the reality in India, any field you take, all the technologies are there, and we have imported all the technologies. But unfortunately, the maintenance is not good. Always our maintenance is very poor. Okay? So that kind of things, why? Because the service providers are not functioning properly. So, for example, companies like Aerodyne Group. Aerodyne Group is Malaysia based, and Tato Kamarul Ahmed, or Kamarul Muhammad, I think. Tato Kamarul Muhammad is the founder and the CEO of the Aerodyne Group. Why I picked up this one is we should be proud that this group is number 2 in the world in terms of production and service providing of drones. And this was mentioned by the Drone Insight journal published from Germany. So that is also very productive in terms of service providers, and we are happy that this is coming from the Asian side, in Southeast Asia. And drone tech, they are all producing a lot of services, which is much easier. Okay, now we have given you the rosy story about how to use the digitalization and then what are the benefits and how many providers. Do you think that this is fine? There are no problems and no issues, no constraints? No. Challenges for policymakers. Always if you introduce, I think, I remember, why did I read? I can't remember, but I remember the sentence what Vivekananda said. I may be in Isaac, near your director's room, there is a picture Vivekananda says that any new thing comes up, it will be ridiculed, criticized before accepting. Okay, so am I right? Professor Krishna Raj is right. Yes. So I'm saying the same thing here. Any new thing we introduced, for example, in the high yielding varieties program, first we introduced, we had a lot of criticism because you are only helping the irrigated farmers, not helping the rainfed farmers. But later they realized, yes, the trickle-down effect will work. That is, when the income of the irrigated farmers increase, then naturally their demand for other products will increase. So then the production of this is what happened in China. In 1978, they opened up the economy. What they did, only one thing. That is the important thing related with the rural area. That is, previously there was commune responsibility system in agriculture. So land is given to a community, so that the community will do the farming, and then the amount will be taken from them, and then the government will use it, but little bit give it to the community. But Deng Xiaoping started, it is not good, we will change it to household responsibility system. So now the land is given to households. So then they were more enthusiastic, it becomes their land. So they produced more. This productivity increase released to two things. One is the excess of labor, and the second thing is more capital. Because by increasing productivity, profitability, income, more increase in capital. So the labor and capital both released now, but productivity achieved. So they started how to make use of this excess labor and capital. They started what is called township and village enterprises. So the township and village enterprises employment opportunities increased in 1982-83 by 19%. So this is the rural development scenario in China. So we need to do the similar thing, but that happened mainly because of improving the rural entrepreneurship. So now we need to follow that modeling in this one. For that, we need infrastructure. You know that, I don't have to say to you, we don't have uninterrupted internet facilities. Always internet goes down and up and this, and electricity goes up and down. So that infrastructure needs to be corrected. Okay, since you all know that, I don't need to go on more on those things. Then regulatory framework. Of course, India is known for regulations. But that's what until 1991, so until Narasimha Rao introduced and opened up the economy, there were a lot of regulations, a lot of closed economy, right? But later it was opened up and this, but still they have a lot of regulation about using the drones, and that's okay, but need to be modified based on the reality. Training partners, many farmers are being, they have not very good knowledge about how to operate the drones. And you will see that, you know, even not only farmers, even the technicians. For example, I was reading in the newspaper on the other day, I think Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, the chief minister was, I think it is Jharkhand, I don't know, is, or maybe Orissa. So, my friend Duryodhan can say, is it the Orissa chief minister? He was visiting the field after some disaster, something, and then the department was trying to picture him through drones. But unfortunately, the drone fell on his feet. And then so this is, I think it is Orissa or Jharkhand or somewhere. I read somewhere, but I didn't put it in my memory. But what I'm trying to say is, even the technicians working in the urban areas, they haven't learned this technique of how you're using it. And most importantly, accessibility and affordability. You know, sometimes the technology is there on the papers, but it is not accessible because it's not available. And then affordability, because why it is not available? Because the price is very high. So the government should look after all those things. So these are the issues. Unless we solve these issues, there is no point in saying that digitalization will improve rural entrepreneurship. Okay? I think this is enough. Do you want more, or this is enough? Enough. Very good. So you don't like me to talk more? Okay, so since my friend says that this is enough, so I stop here. And I'm happy. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Huh? No. No problem, sir. I am always sitting. So, any questions? Any questions from anyone? Yep. Yes, ma'am. And can you give the microphone to her, please?
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, I'm Deepa Kittur from Crossland College, Brahmawar, sir. My question is, in India, most of the crops which are attacked by the wild animals, sir. So is there any digitalized solution or sensory solutions so that we can chase them away and we can able to protect the crops?
Yes.
And yeah, one more. And the negative side of this, if we do this, again, it may be possible that the animals may die, sir, without food. So without having any problem with the animals, how can we able to protect the crops of the farmers?
Yes, correct. That's a good question. And I have been reading, please sit down. I have been reading this, I will give you a simple example from Tamil Nadu agriculture. Near the Coimbatore district area, some of the elephants are coming in and then they are destroying this. So what they have done is, now they have got a kind of a loudspeaker with a drum sound or anything. So these are all fixed, just like our CCTV things, they are fixed. And then when the rural chief or somebody gives them a call, so then they switch on remotely. They are not there, but they are remotely. And when the drum sound comes, then the elephants are running away. So we are not harming the elephants, and that is one possibility is there. So we can do it. Anyway, you may ask, why is it that the elephant is coming? In the first place, we should not have. See, that's what I said in the beginning. My first sentence in this one is the agricultural land is declining. And agricultural land is declining, and then that is because when the agricultural land is declining, then the animals don't have much facilities for them. And unfortunately, we don't realize that. So we, you know that particularly in Tamil Nadu, a lot of flood is happening, mainly because you are approaching even the river beds and other things. So these are all, we have to learn from other states, but unfortunately it's not happening. I agree. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I will come down. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Good day, sir. My question is, most of the agriculture startups are failing. So,
most of the
agriculture startups.
Agriculture statistics?
Agriculture startups. They are failing. Even though there is a lot of technology or a lot of innovation, still the startups are really failing. So, what could be the major reason?
It's a good question. Please sit down so that you can relax and learn. From you, I am learning. I agree. This is a lamentation, but you see, you have to go to the root of the problem. See, if you say, for example, if you have a headache and all these things, then you put a tiger balm or something, and then you think that it is gone. But the root problem is not. There is something wrong maybe with your digestive system and other things. That is why you have a headache. So if you solve that, it will go. The same way in startups. Who are the people attempting these startups? So that is, please sit down. That is important thing, because I tell you one example, so from that you will understand. In India, when I was studying in the college in the 60s and 50s, okay, that was time, it was, employment was okay. If you get your first degree, that is BA or BSc or BCom, you were able to get job in reasonable time. But later, as time goes on, you couldn't get a job. The students' population needs to be handled carefully. Otherwise, there will be a lot of agitation and other things will be there, that you know. So the government at that time thought that, okay, we will give them a kind of, then they brought up the National Loan Scholarship. And we provided them the scholarship, then asked them to do master's degree. So we put a band-aid, so then everybody went to the master's. And then at that time, many people were able to get after master's some jobs and other things. But later, in that case also, exaggerated. I mean, it is all exhausted and everything is gone. Still unemployment was there. Then they thought, okay, we give scholarship to PhD holder, PhD, to do PhD. So increased to PhD. So the point here, what we have to look at it is unemployment problem, but why is the unemployment problem happen? So the root cause was we were not able to produce, and we were not interested in international trade. And if we were able to understand the demand from another country, then we can increase our production. So then we could solve, this could have been one route. There are many routes, but we didn't do it. We just gave immediately one scholarship and, okay, do your master's, scholarship, do your PhD. So everything went on. But that also reduced the quality of education. So these, like that, in the startups, those who are not able to get a job, either in the private sector or the public sector, they think that, okay, we can do, it's a good opportunity, so we can make use of this opportunity to train themselves and earn income. But unfortunately, they don't have the full background of that particular startups and other things. So there was a research paper done on this in the, I think in the University of Calcutta or something, recently published. I can find out and give you the things. So that student has collected the data of startups and their background. Then he has concluded, this is his conclusion. Okay, his name was one Mani Mukherjee or something. I can find out. Yeah. No. In agri, no, but agri processing they were doing. Yes. Yeah. Not even startup, you are correct.
Startups have not been
promoted yet.
Taken momentum.
Yes, correct.
That's the reason.
Correct.
And for that, another lady's question
Yeah.
of wildlife. Because all these days we have been cutting the forest.
Yes.
For deforestation.
Yes.
The main reason in the name of infrastructure development.
Yes.
So we are in a dilemma.
Correct.
As such, development first or
distribution.
Conservation.
Yeah. Correct.
So we are moving in the direction of what is called economic development at the cost of ecological imbalance.
Correct.
We have failed in that.
Correct.
That's what that's the challenge.
Yes.
Policy, formulation, ecological balance and economic development.
Correct.
So both ends we are not meeting.
Correct.
We are just only concentrating on development.
Correct.
What development?
Correct. I agree with you. Anyway, this is the same thing which I mentioned to her also, but she was asking, I thought she's asking a general startups, not only in agriculture. Because as he said rightly, agriculture startups are very, very limited. It's not yet started.
Not
very
momentum.
Yeah, not momentum, that's something very, very limited. So the momentum is not there. But general startups with other people and other things, it is, Shashank, you want to talk? Yeah. So, that's an important thing, which is to really look at it. Why did he go for the startup? So that's all. But anyway, as he says, agricultural processing, there are a lot of startups. But agriculture per se, agriculture tech is now, as he rightly said, the momentum is slowly picking up, but it is not yet achieved the result what we want.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. Please sit down now because yes.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I have two questions. One question is, nowadays Indian agriculture cultivators rate is reduced.
Sorry?
Indian cultivators rate is reduced. What is the cause, sir? This is the first question. And the second question is, suppose it is going in future, definitely we are facing the food grains problems. So what is your suggestion, sir?
Yeah, say the second question I will ask, I will answer first. That is why I am saying, if we go for, please, digitalization, agricultural productivity will increase and we can manage. If we don't use the digitalization, then it is very difficult. That's what I said. We need to increase our food production by 70% more than what we did in 2020 in order to feed the 2050 population. Okay, so that is only possible through technology. And that is why I gave an example. How is it possible? So in 1962, we had a problem. So we used the technology of high yielding varieties. That is fertilizer responsive seed varieties. And then we solved the food problem. We became exporter of food. So that is technology's help. So the same way here, now we have to look at the technology which helps, as he rightly, as the professor said, we have to increase production, but at the same time not at the cost of the environment. Because the agriculture produces about 13% of the whole greenhouse gas emissions. Okay? And from that, 32% of that 13% it comes from the small scale farmer. So digitalization is the only solution to them. But as I said, these are the infrastructure we need. And unfortunately, not all the states are following uniform provision of infrastructure. If Karnataka does well, maybe Tamil Nadu not, or maybe Andhra not. So we have to, that is why we have to learn from each other to make policies, so to help. So what was your first question, sorry?
Cultivators rate is reducing nowadays. For example, 20th century our rate is 17.5%, but now that is 51% in India. In Karnataka that is 49%. So this is the reason. This is the question.
Yeah. No, but that depends on not, see, certain things, we always think that only one factor is responsible. It is not. There are so many, for example, in order to improve agriculture, I'm not saying that only agricultural policy needs to be changed. Monetary policy needs to also be changed. To provide subsidies and to provide a fiscal policy. Say in your 2023-24 budget, what they have done, they have allocated money and also they have allocated distribution for the 5 Karnataka government guarantee scheme. Okay, right? So that one, but without using the fiscal policy, how is it possible to achieve these things? Because you say that those 5 guarantee programs.
Guarantee program is not supported to the agriculture.
No, it's not agriculture. What I'm saying is, then you not only looking at the fiscal policy, but also you looking at the tax policy, monetary policy, other things. Because what they are saying, what the government is saying here, we don't want to do any tax increase for anybody, but at the same time, they don't have money. How these 5 programs, out of these 5, 2 are, what is it, the Anna Lakshmi program or something, 2 are in monetary gain. The rest are all in kind. So that is possible. So what I'm trying to tell you is, one policy only if you're looking at it, it is not solvable. We have to look at the combined policies of macroeconomic. That is why the macroeconomic modeling comes to play. So even now what suggested to the economic department to deal with these 5 is general equilibrium modeling. So Professor Narayana from the Fiscal Policy Institute, he has written good paper on that. It's not being published, but I think I just gave my comments on that one. So that is the way we look at these things. Why it is changing there, why is it not changing there? It's very difficult to pinpoint just because of one policy this is happening. So that is the main thing. And also you know that the state administrations also differ. When the government, one government says something, and then when the government changes, then the objective is different. But the bureaucrats may be the same, but they can't do the same thing. So you have to change it. Yes. Yes, go ahead. You are young, so can you speak louder so that I can hear?
Farmers are most probably uneducated in India.
That is a wrong conclusion, but anyhow.
Most of the farmers. Hello. Most of the farmers are uneducated. So, if we provide them drone to operate, they will be not having the knowledge to operate the drone. So, in case if they learn also to operate a drone, the labor will for applying fertilizers for the land, they will lose their job. That's all.
You seem to be a communist, so this is the simple question most of us say. Okay, let us go back. I think, see, what we are learning from the history, or what we are learning from the previous experience. Let us go back. When the high-yielding varieties program came, the tractor mechanization also came along with that. Please, okay? At that time also the same lamentation. Oh, laborers will be losing everything. But then you have to change the habits of the labor. Previously you were using the labor to dig the ground or other thing, but now you can remodel and then you can re-educate them, okay, to operate the tractor. So the tractor also, maybe employment is reduced, but then maintenance of the tractor. So that is one job. So that is coming up. So like that it is going, okay, I agree. Another thing is your assumption about that all the farmers are
You say illiterate. That's not bad, but I will be using very strong. All the farmers are not idiots. They are intelligent, like us. We feel that we know more than the farmers. So that is why we are making all the recommendations and other things. That is wrong. That's why I gave an example. Even in the city, I don't know whether the Orissa chief minister or the Jharkhand chief minister did you read in the newspaper? You have to read the newspaper. Not reading only the textbook is not useful. You have to understand what is happening in the, throughout, at least surrounding you. So, the city operator didn't know that what was the technical problem, so it fell. So then how can we expect the farmers to learn other things? That is why I said in the beginning, it provides employment opportunity. So you can learn and then you go and provide the service. So that is your employment job is protected, right? So then the farmer can make use of your services. So you can develop further and those things. The farmer need not to do anything. For example, in Coimbatore district, I'm giving the example from the places where I have done field work and I know this. In Coimbatore district, most of the lands are operated by school teachers. They are working in the school. Early morning they go to the field and look at it and then go back to school. And then evening they come and then look. So they are monitoring these things. So it is possible that you leave to the technology and the drone and operation. It's possible. See, anything, the first step is always difficult. Once you take the first step, the next step will follow immediately. Always think about the past example. High yielding varieties program, was it a success or not? Successful. We became the exporters from lack of production. So how possible? Technology. So same way this is possible. That's what I gave you example from Malaysia and Thailand. They are smaller countries compared to us. But still, in terms of education level, HDI, all, India is not that low compared to Malaysian and Thailand. Okay? So it is possible. If they can do it, why not you? They always should have a positive thinking. Right? Yes, sir. Please sit down, sir.
Sir, owing to time constraint,
Mike?
We'll take one last question, please.
No, he's coming. You have one. Don't worry.
This will be the last question. Please, all of you cooperate.
No, just one more. Just
yes.
Give him a chance.
Sir, in your presentation, you have beautifully mentioned, analyzed with a comparative figure of India, Thailand, Japan, something. In the beginning, you have mentioned that GDP, India's GDP stands at minus 0.5. China stands at minus 0.3. Whereas Germany, some other countries, I think having some plus point. I don't exactly remember all the figures. Japan, yes, sorry, Japan. It is about 2024 and 25, your estimation, I think. 25. Our Indian economists, including Honorable Prime Minister, want to make India most developed one by 2040. But if your calculation goes like this continuously, will it going to achieve our Prime Minister's, Honorable Prime Minister's expectation of most leading country in the world? What's your suggestion about
it? Yes. This is also, see, this is done by International Monetary Fund, not by me. I'm quoting the International Monetary Fund. So they depend on the data provided to them by the Indian government and also data provided by the Chinese government. But that data may not be the one which is used, whether the methodology, whether the past is correct or not, that nobody knows. But still it is not minus 1%, just minus 0.5%. So this could be in the first quarter based on that the method is given. But I am confident that India will be the superpower given by, as Prime Minister Modi says, or Chandrababu Naidu says, or You know, even Sitaramaya says it will be the topmost. Why? Because if I go back to the history, in 2001, Angus Madison is an econometric, mathematical economist historian. He produced a book. So what his project was, funded by the European Union, funded by the European Union for collecting the GDP figures of as far as possible you go back and collect and predict. So I'm just giving you the contents from 1000 AD or from 1 AD to 1500 AD. 25% of the whole world GDP was produced in India, and then followed by China, right? But in the 1950s, 25% fell to 5%, and China also 5%. 1950, both are same. And then later, slowly, now Chinese is about 17%. We are only about 5-6%, but we will reach there slowly. Because two things here, many things, but I highlight two things. What is our governance system? Is democracy. So democratic country is the number one. We are the largest democratic country. So in the democratic country, you see that in the parliament every day, people making noise and shouts. So if even Prime Minister Modi says do it, they are asking why. But in China, Xi Jinping says do it, everybody will do it. If anybody asks, they are out. So that is a governance system. So that is why China can go up, but we always try to do. So second point is about the economic planning. So economic planning, most of the time now the Niti Aayog, previously there were a lot of failures in economic planning. But those failures mainly because when we make the planning model, certain things we leave it to the planner or somebody who is going to use that model to according to his will, wish. So when he changes that, then the output goes. But look at Japan. Why Japan is 0.8? Because Japan, what it does is, it has a set model. And you put anyone, graduate or undergraduate, anyone. If he follows that model, then the output is guaranteed. No change, nothing. Okay, so that is the regulation in their one. So that is why our system is, I'm not saying democracy is bad. Democracy is the best. It gives you opportunity to, argue against the Prime Minister or, taking back to the history. Many things have happened because of the democracy. But that does not mean that democracy is bad. We should know how to handle it. Okay, so same thing, the knife is useful for cutting apple, but at the same time cutting the finger of somebody else also. So we have to be careful. Yes, sir.
Sir,
please sit down.
Okay.
Owing to time constraints, we'll wind up the question session for now. You can please continue the question and answer.
1 minute. Let him, because he has asked, don't worry, I'm not hungry. Okay, please go ahead.
So the next session has to begin sharp at 2.
Sir, over the years, agriculture contribution to GDP is declining, and at the same time, the dependency on agriculture is not declining that much.
Yep.
So as a result, average earnings of the farmers is declining continuously.
Correct.
So under these circumstances, what you suggest to the policymaker, whether they have to promote urban to rural migration or transformation of surplus labor force from agriculture to other sectors, or retaining labor force in agriculture sector? And second question, this government also stopped fire plans. Is it this planning was essential for agriculture development or not? What's your opinion?
Okay.
Thank you.
No, see, my whole lecture today, maybe I didn't tell you, I don't know whether my lecture was not proper or anything. The whole lecture today is how to deal with the first question. It's only digitalization. Okay, the answer is you have to follow the digitalization. In order to do that, infrastructure development. Then we can solve the problem of reduction of productivity. So productivity should be increased. When productivity increase means less inputs, more output. So that is the first question. Second question, say whether it is useful to agriculture or not. So now that's what I'm saying. You cannot always in the macroeconomic picture or in the state level, we cannot take just one sector, whether it is useful to agriculture or not. Yes, it is useful because one of the 5 guaranteed programs is giving in kind, free rice or free dal or something. So in order to that, you need production. And that will be purchased by the government in subsidized price. So agriculture development is also there. Okay? So that's great.
Yes,
anyhow,
sir, yes,
okay.
sir, yes,
Okay.
Give a big applause to Professor Kaliraja for his thought-provoking lecture. Thank you so much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced an insightful session on rural entrepreneurship by Professor Kaliyappa Kaliraju. Sir, SDM College Ujire and the Department of Economics extend a heartfelt gratitude to you for your valuable presence and insights. I also thank the delegates and students present here who have made the best use of the session. We shall now break for lunch and assemble at the same venue for the next session at 2 p.m. by Dr. G.V. Joshi. Thank you, everyone.
A very good afternoon to one and all who's present here. Rural entrepreneurship is a vital engine of economic growth, social mobility, and poverty alleviation in developing countries. In India, China, and Brazil, rural entrepreneurship has emerged as a key driver to sustainability development, empowering local communities and fostering inclusive growth. So today we have Dr. G.V. Joshi with us to speak on rural entrepreneurship development in India, China, and Brazil, a comparative view. Dr. G.V. Joshi, former professor of economics in the Department of Business Administration of Alwas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mijar Mudubidre, holds 4 degrees, that is MA in economics, MA in political science, MPhil, and PhD in economics. He acted as the principal investigator for the research project on SKDRDP Dharmasthala when he was a professor in Justice K.S. Hegde Institute of Management, NITE. The report titled Inclusive Rural Development in Reality, Triumph of SKDRDP was published and released in Dharmasthala in June 2012. He acted as the principal investigator for the research project, Bank Finance for Agribusiness, a case study in Dakshin Kannada district financed by the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance, Mumbai. The report is published by IIBF and is widely circulated in the banking circle. He acted as a member of the research team for the Human Development Report of Udupi district for 2014. Dr. Joshi is now very much involved in the discussions on the issues of development of coastal Karnataka. He was a visiting professor in the Makerere University B School in Uganda during 2011 to 2014. Dr. Joshi headed the team of experts for making scientific evaluation of 2 varieties of arecanut constituted by the ARDF of Camco in 2009. The report of this team reached the state and central governments. Dr. Joshi is a prolific writer both in English and Kannada. He has authored 10 books and edited 9 volumes. He has contributed more than 60 research papers and review articles to leading journals. The leading dailies in Kannada have published his articles numbering more than 600. He has completed 10 research projects. He was the executive director for the journal NITE Management Review for 3 years. Considering his proficiency in teaching and research, the government of Karnataka nominated him as a member of the State Planning Board for the period from 2008 to 2013. Under the guidance of Dr. Joshi, 11 candidates have secured PhD degree. Dr. Joshi worked in the PG Department of Economics of Mangalore University for 26 years. He secured MPhil degree in 1981 and PhD degree in Karnataka University in 1989. Without much of ado, I welcome Dr. G.V. Joshi on behalf of everyone who is present here, and I hand over the session to him. Sir, over to you. And also, this session will be spoken on the basis of entrepreneurship, mainly connected to India, China, and Brazil. Sir, over to you, sir. Thank you.
My dear friends, my usual practice has been to give some outlines of my presentation before presenting the slides. I have been doing it since many years. I thought I should do it here. It won't take much time. In the beginning, it is worthwhile to spend a little time on some salient features of the emerging economies. There are differences, no doubt. After all, the fact remains that in social sciences, truth itself may not be available, but approximation to truth is enough. Reality may not be visible, but you can imagine the reality. That holds good in the case of the three countries chosen by me or given to me: India, China, and Brazil. The economic survey for 2023-24 is useful for my purpose for many reasons. It does mention that many countries of the world preferred China once. It was a country with a very, very vast population, you know. And for several of the countries of Europe and also for America, China provided market for their goods. Today, the situation is different. It is an emerging economy. Brazil is chosen by the organizers here with a specific purpose. Brazil experienced several waves of immigration. In fact, I can even give the list of countries which kept on sending their people in a very large number to Brazil. There is one great advantage for Brazil. This kind of heavy immigration facilitated human capital development. China experienced human capital development with its efforts. India is trying to attain human capital development now with some hope. Brazil experienced human capital development because of heavy immigration. The friends who have organized this conference told me that a little comparison will be of some help. India, as you know, has been growing. Very recently, Deccan Herald gave a detailed account, a detailed report of the MSME sector. I will be quoting that report at a later stage. Startups, you know. In Kannada we call Namodyama. Well, even there are rural startups. Well, revolutionary changes have taken place because of digitalization. India has witnessed transformations thanks to digitalization and e-commerce. China experienced on a much larger scale. China has been able to get the benefits which are available as a result of digitalization. We will make it clear. There are limitations everywhere, we will point out. Brazil is a unique country, my dear friends. Well, it has been able to grow. What is the difference then? When it comes to India, you have to make some difference between enterprises and entrepreneurs. When you have China in your purview, you should not make. You have to treat enterprises themselves as entrepreneurs. when you take up Brazil for the purpose of your verification, you have to say that there are entrepreneurs. Brazil has experienced outstanding increase in the number of entrepreneurs. Well, we will find out the reasons later. Given this situation, it is worthwhile to see why India is lagging behind a little. It is growing. Well, quote the economic survey. After all, it gives some glimpses of the growth which the nation has been able to witness all these years. Well, MSME sector is always there. With all its limitations, it contributes to employment. China has experienced enormous increase in employment in rural areas in the non-farm sector. India has not been able to achieve that. Brazil has been able to enjoy the rounds and rounds of expansion of employment opportunities thanks to heavy immigration. All these countries have their own problems. There are certain common problems. There are also certain limitations. Limitations and achievements must be taken together by all of us who are participating in this conference to know what should be done now. Well, an effort will be made by me to point out the requirements of these three countries chosen for the purpose of making a comparative study. My dear friends, we have to note one thing here. We believe that everything is good in China. It is not so. We think that everything is bad in India. It is not correct. We think that there is heaven in Brazil. Well, heaven is not so easily preferred by anybody. People in Brazil also don't prefer heaven. Because heaven is something else. But all the same, it is worthwhile to know how these countries have been able to make a big journey towards growth. It is very, very significant to note that inflation is being frequently talked about. Now again, there is a fear that India is experiencing inflation. China has not been experiencing that kind of heavy dose of inflation. Brazil, I will give the data which is available. It was available in 2024. Well, it has been very reasonable price rise. It is because Brazil made stern efforts to control prices in the late 1960s and the early 1970s. Balanced growth, streamlining of administration, making a very serious effort to attain both agricultural development and industrial growth. And then, of course, the determination of the government there to hold the price line under check. You will come to know that the people of Brazil have not experienced the kind of inflation which India has experienced. With all these comparisons, we will arrive at some general picture later, at the later stage. I assure you that it is not possible to make any very, very rigid comparison as such, because the circumstances in these countries are different. Second thing to note, for the purpose of our academic pursuit, that these three countries are also experiencing one common problem, that is environmental hazard. Environmental hazard. They require now sustainable development. And each of the, all these countries, approaches are different, commitments are different. Just one instance will serve our purpose. We have been telling all these years that India is a federal state. In fact, in my message, which I given to the souvenir which is publicity there, federal state. But there is an urgent demand to review the relations between the center and the states and the other, states and the local bodies. It has not been done. Even Modi's government has not taken steps in this direction. We have to have a review of the relations. This situation doesn't prevail in China because there the government knows how to control the situation. This situation doesn't prevail in Brazil because Brazil has experienced rounds and rounds of expansion thanks to heavy immigration, a big list of countries. Well, we will take it up if necessary later. So with this background, let us see what all we have to do. In the beginning and introduction, let us not spend much time on that. Some characteristics of the emerging economies, that is little textual. Well, we will hurry up there and then we will see what best can be done. High production level and significant industrialization, growth rate of 6 to 7%, all these are general observations, no doubt. Low labor cost stimulating production and employment, growing middle class. See, the economic survey for 2023 and 24, am I audible by the way, is it? Yeah. Yeah, even without this you can hear me, that is different. But the situation is like that. Growing middle class. Well, when it comes to Brazil, you will see a very interesting situation, right? When it comes to India, you have to visualize that some change is taking place, no doubt, as the economic survey for the year I have mentioned makes it visible. Growing middle class. Upper middle class and lower middle class. When we are just, considering the budget now, it is coming. Well, all of us are expecting that something will be available to us because we belong to the middle class. We don't get it, we proceed. Well, middle class is a phenomenon here. International trade to stimulate economic activity. Higher risk means higher return. BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. Therefore, we have chosen India, Brazil and China. These countries make up 40% of the world's population and contribute to more than 25% of the world's GDP. Therefore, these countries are included for the purpose of deliberation conference. Please read out. By 2050, well, the learned keynote speaker was saying this is happening. China, India and US will be the top 3 countries. Investors' confidence in emerging economies, that is rising. Because after all, as my great guru, Professor Manjunatheshwara used to say, well, they come here for their benefit and not for our welfare, he said. He was frequently telling. They are getting better prospects now. Increase in foreign investment, very often reports appear in the newspapers, in English newspapers, that India has been able to get a heavy dose of foreign capital, whatever the situation in the country. Well, is it because it is as old as the speaker? Yeah? Rural startup. India transitioned to a high middle income country. I have quoted economic survey. Agriculture and allied sectors hold potential for gainful employment. Very recently, the National Sample Survey has observed that rural sector has better prospects as it is getting diversified. E-commerce growth in rural areas. Flipkart is moving, and you know how dynamic it is to galvanize the situation and to transform the villages which it visits. Rural startup. Well, even in coastal districts, there is a report that there is abundant scope for rural startups. Digital transformation in rural areas. Well, you know, Corona has made people aware. We have studied in economic theory that how theory has grown because of heavy accident situations. Second World War was over, linear programming was developed. Second World War was over, modern utility theory came up. Second World War was over, many countries of Asia started demanding land reforms. They wanted to move away from the control of Britain. Now, Corona, well, the countries all over the world are waking up, and you know that the digital transformation is taking place. Rural non-farm employment has increased to 40% of total employment in 2022. Data for 2022 was reliable. I thought I should include it. It doesn't matter, hardly 2 years back. Rural MSME is contributing significantly to job creation and GDP growth. It is a general observation. Very recently, in December, Deccan Herald carried a very lengthy report. I have included it. 5.6 crore units are registered. Please note, we are speaking about MSME, but an overwhelming majority of units are in the minor sector. They are minor enterprises. Small enterprises are very few. Medium enterprises are also very, very few, with the result that there are many issues. MSME sector doesn't grow. Low productivity is the cause, the problem. Not being able to cope up with the challenges of the modern times is the greater problem. MSMEs are facing different situations in different states. In every budget, the Union Finance Minister makes some announcement. Almost all state governments are making some provision for MSME sector. The problems don't get solved. The reason, the predominance of extremely small enterprises. Credit penetration rate is so low. Just see, my dear friends, bank credit which goes to the MSME sector is painfully low, deplorably low. It is 14% as against 37% in China. But the people of China still say, I will come to that point later, institutional credit that is available to very small enterprises in China is not adequate. When compared to India, the situation is better in China. When you consider China alone, there is a scope for improvement. Credit gap of over rupees 30 lakh crore. We speak so much about bank finance. Unfortunately, banks are charging very heavy rate of interest. We don't know how to swallow this situation. We can't accept it. Banks are charging between 9.5% to 14%. We want MSME sector to grow to provide employment. We believe that for attaining inclusive growth, MSME sector is definitely needed. Whenever there is any writing or any speech or any announcement on inclusive growth, well, MSME sector gets into the picture. but the rate of interest that is being charged is 9.5 to 14%. This is the Indian situation. Employment, I have given some years. You can just look at it, I don't have to read. It has been increasing. It's a good thing. Women, it's a compliment to women. Share of women has been rising. Totally 99% of MSME sector are in the micro sector, I have told you. Just over 50% of all MSMEs are in the rural regions. Majority of the MSME units are in the urban and semi-urban areas. Therefore, inclusive growth doesn't become a reality in rural India. MSME sector conclusion. Suresh Babu, Director, Madras Institute of Development Studies. He says, the MSMEs need hand-holding here. They should be told how to be successful despite challenges. Massive skilling efforts are needed. We speak so much about the need for skilling labor. MSME sector definitely requires skilled labor. Suresh Babu, in that article which was published in Deccan Herald, informs us that geographical proximity to bigger companies will help MSMEs march forward. Climate change is a threat. So MSME sector is facing a threat in climate change. Come to China now. The situation in China. Tremendous development, we should appreciate. Shift in emphasis from grain production to high value agricultural products. I have chosen these indicators because we are mainly concerned with the rural enterprises. When it comes to urban scene, the situation will be much different. Since the focus is on rural enterprises, I have included these slides for the purpose of deliberations. Generation of non-farm employment in rural areas. We should appreciate China for that. The proportion of rural laborers engaged in non-farm activities increased from 9.3% in 1978 to 84.4% in 2018. I verified the data. Well, that gives a very clear picture. Therefore, 2018 is included. China is hopeful of achieving a very big dream. We should appreciate that. No point in criticizing a country just because it is playing mischief. No need to attack a country because it is trying to attack India. Let us, as in an academic discourse, in a discussion like this, facts should be accepted after all. Analysis is important. That is more important than our preconceived notions. Eliminating poverty by 2030, I have literature to show that China will be the only country among the emerging economies. I am coming to the focus of the seminar again. China will be the only country among the emerging economies to get success in its endeavor of eliminating poverty by 2030. India is not included there. Brazil is also not included. A significant increase in rural income has taken place in China. Success story in the reduction of rural poverty. Rural poverty in India is still a challenge after all. It has been reduced, but I have my own reservations. Please don't mistake me. If poverty gets reduced on account of the generosity of the government, do you think that it is an achievement? Just because food is given by the government without charging anything, people are able to eat. Does it mean that the problem of say food is solved? Well, something is given to the rural masses by way of say what do you call gratis. Well, can you take it as an indication of prosperity? No. If poverty disappears on account of employment generation, that is what economics wants. We don't want other indicators, right? Let us not say that the poverty is reduced on account of the generosity of the government, whether it is India or whether it is Karnataka or Madhya Pradesh or any other state. Please be very clear, poverty is there. If there is reduction in poverty, it is not because of employment generation, it is because of the generosity of the state governments. Capital intensive technology being adopted. I have evidence here. Water use efficiency. Well, every drop of water in China is carefully utilized. We have irrigation facilities. Compare the situation as and when required. Slides are not required, our thinking is enough. We are all constituting a learned audience after all. We know how we are wasting irrigation. Not even a single drop is wasted in China. There China is much better than India. Capital intensive technology being adopted in China with the result that there is a dynamism in rural China. R&D in agriculture. So much evidence is available, my dear friends. Well, our R&D base is very poor. Until the new economic reforms began in 1991, I should not say that they are new economic reform, they are old economic reform, no, 1991. Well, you know, it was the government which was providing R&D facilities. Private sector in India lagged behind. Private sector looked to the public sector for getting R&D facilities. Later, there was slowly a movement, some change, some progress, but still R&D base, research and development base in India is not satisfactory when compared to the situation which is obtainable in China. Shifting agricultural production toward commodities with more comparative advantages, China has done it. Farm subsidies less effective. India too has experienced that situation. China has also experienced that situation. I will come to a point later. Well, Brazil too has experienced this situation. Subsidy is not being effective. By 2012, more of its budget towards infrastructure, greening agriculture and the living environment was allotted. China changed its policy focus. Rapid agricultural productivity growth has enabled the country to conserve its limited land and water resources. We are showing data in our classrooms. Agricultural leads in China are far better than the agricultural leads available in India. Therefore, China is becoming strong. Rural China is becoming strong because of dramatic rise in agricultural yields. Biotechnology to raise its agricultural productivity growth. Well, China has gone much ahead of India. The cultivation, that variety of cotton, you know, that has worked wonders in China. It has benefited millions of farmers. Look at the recent developments in China. Generation of township and village panchayats are working wonders. Digitalization and e-commerce has helped China. China's rural internet penetration reached as much as 61% by 2022. The use of drones, artificial intelligence and blockchain in rural agriculture. In rural China, there is rural manufacturing industry which India has yet to attain. What are the challenges then? Challenges are there. Rising labor cost. We say that labor is cheap there. No. Labor cost is rising because labor is being demanded in several sectors. Environmental degradation. Well, there is a very learned paper to show that that is causing big challenge to the government of China. Rising rural-urban gap. India is also experiencing that. Very, very often we have policymakers to say that the bridge, the gap between rural India and the urban India should be reduced. China is also sailing in the same boat. Make a comparison between India and China. Agricultural needs, I have told you. Irrigation, I have informed you. R&D base in agriculture is very, very strong in China. It is low in India. Infrastructure in rural areas in China is surprising. In India, it has to become a reality. Institutional finance, in spite of all these developments, is not that satisfactory in China. The Chinese farmers are suffering because adequate institutional finance is not available. Rural-urban gap is rising. Brazil, I have told you, you have to use all these expressions there because Brazil has experienced a very, very dramatic situation in many respects. Developing, you can say it is a developing country. You can say it is an emerging economy for the purpose of the seminar. You can say that there is upper middle income economy in Brazil. You can also take the liberty of saying that it is a newly industrialized economy. Have some facts and figures before you. Agriculture contributing just 6.8% of GDP, industry 20.7%, services sector contributing as much as 58.91%. In this respect, Brazil is better than China. It is also better than India, though the situation has changed in recent years in India. Labor force by occupation, agriculture 8.73%, industry 20.49%, services, staggering figure we should say, wonderful situation, 70.78%. I was giving that information in my introduction, that is becoming true now. Inflation in Brazil in April 2024, the latest data which I have been able to get, 3.69%. You agree, in India, even today there is a threat of inflation. Yesterday's Prajamani gives some information about the price rise. Today's Deccan Herald also carries that point further. You have several other newspapers giving the impression that the price rise is not being controlled effectively. We say that, see, it is very easy to say, we have that habit, saying that some 4% growth inflation is necessary to keep the country active. Well, Milton Friedman attacked it long back. He said, no, inflation can never help a country. That is his argument. You may or may not agree. He was very adamant. Many attacked him. A Nobel laureate, Friedman said, no, inflation can never help growth process. He argued and argued. It is on record. Well, Brazil, because of its recent experiences and also because of its experiences in the late 1960s and early 70s, well, has been able to get, well, only the problem which is not that severe, it is 3.69% in April 2024. World Economic Forum comes to our rescue. I am giving the situation of 2009, it serves our purpose anyway. Brazil was able to attain competitiveness. Make a comparison there. Closing the competitiveness gap with India and China among the BRICS economies. So Brazil is a threat to China, Brazil is a threat to India. Brazil experienced a rapid and strong economic and demographic growth accompanied by massive immigration from Europe. I will give some information, please bear with me. Which are all the countries that entered Brazil? List is really surprising. Well, here is a list. Which are the countries that entered Brazil? Portugal, Italy, Spain, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, Switzerland, Austria and Russia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Greece, Latvia, England, Ireland, Scotland, Czechoslovakia, Malta, well, Luxembourg, so many countries found shelter in Brazil. Therefore, there has been human capital development as the situation indicates. Brazil experienced a very strong and demographic transformation which China has not experienced and which India has also not experienced. Agriculture and mining supported the trade surpluses. The agricultural sector was dynamic in creating trade surpluses. That is the situation in Brazil. Brazil's scientific and technological development attractive for foreign direct investment. I was quoting my guru. They come here for their benefit and not for our welfare. Now Brazil occupies the fourth largest destination for foreign investments behind only US, China and Singapore. So Brazil is lucky in getting foreign investment on such a massive scale. Immigration produced positive effects on country's human capital development. Immigrants with formal and informal training tended to have more entrepreneurial spirit. I am coming to the theme of the seminar. Spillover effects of human capital. Human capital has been growing dramatically so that the new class of entrepreneurs is emerging in Brazil. That does not happen in China because enterprises themselves constitute entrepreneurs. That doesn't happen in India because entrepreneurs are not encouraged even now in rural areas. We are saying, no, it is that risky and this is a risky situation. We are happy because there are at least startups. Agribusiness is one of the supporting pillars of the Brazilian economy, despite the trade barriers and subsidizing policies of the developed countries. Brazil has been able to withstand that challenge of the developed countries even. Brazil is an emerging economy. Brazil has a diverse and sophisticated services industry. Banking sector is making considerable contribution to GDP. The number of entrepreneurs has been steadily rising in Brazil. That is what your conference demands. Even though Brazil has complicated bureaucracy, there is healthy number of entrepreneurs thanks to the huge internal consumer market and various government programs. Climate change is a threat. It is a threat in India. It is a threat in China. It is a threat in Brazil also. More and more serious natural disasters are likely affecting food supply, public health, industrial production, trade, installed infrastructure, general quality of life, with the poor suffering the most serious consequences. Anywhere any flood takes place, go and verify, it is the poor who are affected. It is the vulnerable section which is hit hard by the floods. Well, Brazil also is having that threat. What should be the policy focus for future? A broad policy focus. The greatest threat for all the three countries is the impact of climate change. Greater awareness, much greater research, much greater institutional support and collective action required to meet the challenge of the climate change in all the three countries. Agriculture bearing the impact of climate change, small industries are suffering. Well, it is a small farmer, you know. An article appeared in Deccan Herald. It is giving a very good suggestion to the banks. That article tells that the banks should maintain experts in climate change. There was a time when we wanted the banks to give loans for developing agriculture with modern equipment and modern practices. Today, the situation has taken a different turn. Banks should be able to help small and marginal farmers to meet the challenge of climate change. That article which appeared in Deccan Herald informs that big banks should maintain experts in climate change to visit the field of operations of the small farmers for the purpose of giving loans. Banks should give loans for meeting the threat of climate change. That is the suggestion being given in India. Agriculture bearing the impact of climate change, small industry is suffering, much greater R&D needed. Much rigorous policy focus on decentralization needed. Decentralization is very much required. I think many of you must be knowing, frequently this is being discussed. I have told you in the introduction, it is very much necessary to review the relations between the center and the states and the local bodies. Well, those relations were envisaged when the constitution was formalized. Today, India has changed so much. Well, certain items which are in the state list must be transferred to the central list. Certain items which are found in the state list may have to be given entry in the list meant for the local enterprises. It is necessary constitution to be amended to empower the local institutions, because local institutions have a role to play, particularly in meeting the challenge of climate change. It is time to remember that India, China and Brazil are spreading the message that there is no universally acceptable theory of enterprises for rural development. Rural development is one subject where you can speak anything and get away with that. In the classroom also we keep on telling Panchayat Raj, then rural development institutions and so on. No. Therefore, the last word, it is to remember that India, China and Brazil are spreading the message that there is no universally acceptable theory of enterprises for rural development. I have repeated. Thank you all for hearing me with patience. And if some of you, I don't mean anything, it is not a comment. If some of you were sleeping, you don't worry, my dear friends. Reason, I was telling the students in the Department of Economics of Mangalore University that after many slumber of many centuries, Europe is known for dynamism. But European countries were sleeping. In the medieval age, middle age, many European countries were sleeping. European countries are sleeping. It is not a surprise if the participants in the conference are sleeping. And if you have not been able to pay attention to me on account of your tendency to sleep, it only goes to show that the resource person should not sleep. Thank you. Yes, any question, I will be happy to answer. It is 3 now, 3 p.m. I don't know whether sufficient time is available for me to continue the discussion. Being one of the organizers, I must stick to the timings. Yes? 7 minutes. Oh, thank you. It shows that you are my students in the Department of Economics. Taking care of my health.
Any questions you can put it?
Yes, 7 minutes more for discussion.
So you can use the mic, sir. Please help him with the mic. Thank you.
Dr. Jairam Bhatt, who served as professor in the Department of Economics of Kuvempu University. Fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I am a student of economics.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
Yeah, no, fine.
Befitting the occasion. But I think the August audience may also agree, and you also may agree with me, saying that it has been the practice in India that we have been very good planners all along, right from independence. So I think somewhere the missing link is we have not been able to achieve the goals we have lagged behind in implementation of the programs that we have chalked out all along.
Yes, yes.
So from the implementation point of view, we have failed. I think that will add to your presentation,
Yes.
saying that we are poor in implementation,
Yeah.
no commitment, as Professor Shashidhar Shetty was properly identifying this
Emphasizing,
story.
yeah. Implementation
that,
has been low. Yeah.
dedication, hard work, and commitment to the cause.
Yeah.
That is the reason for all these flaws all along, right from independence.
Yeah, and he was telling, rightly he was telling that we emphasize so much on political issues, rather, see, for everything. This is disappointing. We have a nation after all. See, why should they take everything in that spirit? That is the habit now. Even good suggestions, extremely good suggestions given by the center are being discarded on the ground that a different party is in power in India. No, that shouldn't happen. Well, the center too should not think of saying that whatever it does is perfect for the states. Therefore, I have given that suggestion. It is better to review the relations between the center and the states and the relations between the states and the local level institutions. The time has come now. The time is very ripe. Sometimes it appears in the press. Please read the economic survey for 2023-24. They have the survey emphatically states that these relations should be reviewed. Blaming somebody for the sake of blaming never helps anybody. That is happening now. Therefore, my friend Dr. Jairam is right. It should be done now. It is time to act. Any more question?
Hello, sir. Concerning India, through rural entrepreneurship, like how far India has reduced the inequality, economic inequality, or how far India has reduced the gender inequality in terms of women's empowerment?
Yeah, situation is little better now. Little better, right? Women are coming forward. It is not that disappointing. Startups, for example, there is still a little better situation.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. If anything to say? Yes, you can give a suggestion.
No, that's
which the learned keynote speaker has given. Sir, I don't want you to repeat because you are also taking rest like me after lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, any other question, please? I will be happy to answer. And I don't want to cross the limit because my friends are there. He is there as he is keeping watch over me, Dr. Ganraj. Is it over? Thank you all for giving me a patient hearing. Well, my friends have taken me as an advisor, chief advisor. It is their generosity, see. In fact, they have done this. It is their job, they have done very well, right? Well, earlier, Dr. Jaikumar was there, and they were all doing a good job. Now again, my friends in the Department of Economics and Rural Development of this great institution have taken pains to organize this seminar. My contribution is very, very little. I should thank them.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for answering the queries of the people present here. Respected sir, it's our immense pleasure to extend our heartfelt gratitude for delivering a thought-provoking talk on rural entrepreneurship in India, China and Brazil, a comparative view. Your insightful analysis and expertise shed new light on the opportunities and challenges faced by the rural entrepreneurs in these countries. Your presentation was engaging, informative and sparked interesting discussions. We appreciate the time and effort you took to share your knowledge with us. Thank you once again for your valuable contribution to our event, sir. Thank you once again. So I request all the participants to make use of the tea and coffee facility that has been arranged in the open garden where we all had our lunch. And right after that, you can head towards your paper presentations, which has been allotted already. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, let's begin the parallel technical session now. May I request Dr. Mahesh Shetty, Organizing Secretary and Convener of this international conference, to escort the session chairperson and rapporteur from off the dais to on the dais. The whole purpose is to enable people to learn. Your mission is not to transmit information, but to transform learners. Good afternoon to you all. We are all gathered here for the parallel technical session of the two-day multidisciplinary international conference on rural entrepreneurship in emerging economies, a way forward, organized by the Department of Economics and Rural Development. We are thrilled to witness such enthusiastic participants. Such enthusiastic participants and a highly learned audience gathered to deepen their understanding of this significant topic. It's my absolute pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to each one of you present here. First and foremost, I welcome today's chairperson of the parallel technical session, Dr. Rajesh Acharya H. Dr. Rajesh Acharya H, currently working as an associate professor, School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management, NITK Surathkal. He has cleared UGC NET with JRF in economics in the year 2005 and has completed his PhD degree in economics at the University of Hyderabad. He has published 20 plus research papers in reputable journals such as Artha Vijnana, Geetam Review of International Business, Prajnan, the IUP Journal of Applied Economics, the Asian Economic Review, the Journal of World Economic Review, International Journal of Energy Economics and Policy, Journal of Finance Crime, International Journal of Energy Sector Management, International Journal of Energy Economics and Policy, Afro-Asian Journal of Finance and Accounting, Journal of Public Affairs, and International Journal of Energy Sector Management. He has written a book chapter titled Effects of Exchange Rate Fluctuations on Investment, Firm Level Evidence from India, Studies in International Economics and Finance. He also completed one project on the implementation of the revival package for short-term corporate credit structures, the conduct of an impact study funded by NABARD with a total budget of rupees 29.65 lakhs with an individual budget of rupees 5.93 lakhs, and another project on development of credit risk models for State Bank of India with a budget of rupees 22 lakhs. The project on assessing the impact of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana on smallholder farmers is funded by ICSSR Impress with a total budget of rupees 4 lakhs, and also on assessing the impact of climate change on agriculture and exploring the role of technology in adopting ICSSR with a total budget of rupees 0.05 lakhs is in process. He is a member of the International Association of Energy Economics, the Indian Econometrics Society, and the Indian Economic Association. He has attended many workshops and training programs and presented 25 papers on various topics, participated in the Swiss leg of the Summer University held in Switzerland. He has delivered many lectures on campus to corporate research and publications, publishing research papers in reputed indexed journals, market, microstructure of Indian capital markets, and how to write a research paper, etc. So, it's our immense pleasure to have you as the chairperson of this session. Welcome you, sir. And I request Dr. Mahesh Shetty, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to florally welcome Dr. Rajesh Acharya H. And I also welcome the rapporteur of this session, Dr. Priya Kumari, HOD of EG Commerce, SDM College Ujire, and also she is a research guider of Bangalore University. Welcome you, ma'am. And I request Mahesh Shetty, yes, he florally welcome. Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the participants from various institutions, faculty members, research scholars, academicians, and all the students for this wonderful and knowledge sharing session. Once again, I extend our heartfelt welcome to all and hope this session fills your mind with knowledge and experience. Let's begin the paper presentation session. Dear participants, kindly note the time allotted for each paper presenter is 5 plus 2 minutes. 4 plus 1, total 5 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. Kindly avoid reading and emphasize the objectives, methodology, major highlights of your study findings and conclusion. Finally, you must finish your presentation in time. Now, I'll read out the order-wise list of the paper presenter. Serial number 1, Ujire Lakshmi. The paper titled Capacity Building Through Entrepreneurship Education, a focus on skill development in emerging education system. Serial number 2, Dr. Devidas S. Prabhu, Anjuman Degree College, paper titled Assessing Agribusiness Opportunity by Growing Bhatkal Jasmine Flower. Serial number 3, Mr. Srinath Pai, Shri Guru Sudhindra College, Bhatkal, Karnataka, paper titled Design and Development of Affordable Assistive Devices for the Visually Impaired and Blind in Rural India, Bridging the Accessibility Gap. Serial number 4, Dr. Padmini Yesvi, University College of Arts, Tumkur University, Tumkur, paper titled An Empirical Analysis of Rural Urban Migration and Return Migration in Global India and Karnataka. Serial number 5, Deepa Anand Rao, Kittur, Research Scholar, Annamala University, paper titled Evolving Employment Trends and Occupational Shifts, a Study. Serial number 6, Dr. P.L. Harale, College of Commerce, Sankeshwar, paper titled Rural Entrepreneurship, Problems and Prospects. Serial number 7, Shubham and Snehal, and also Vasavi V. Nair, Reva University, Bangalore, paper titled A Study of Women Entrepreneurship in Uttara Kannada District, Karnataka. Serial number 8, Dr. Lokesh Rathod, Shri S.R. Kanti Arts, Commerce and Science College, Mudhol, paper titled Reverse Migration and its Impact in India, a Study. Serial number 9, Dr. Bhanu Prakash V, Associate Professor, SDM College, Ujire, paper titled Agricultural Wages in India, Trends in Exploring Gender Disparities. Serial number 10, Shri Prasad H and M.S. Kampi, so paper titled Social Participation of Older Individuals, Some Evidence from Longitudinal Aging Study, Wave 1. Serial number 11, Dr. B. Jairama Bhatt and Ashoka K. from Kuwaitu University, paper titled Sustainable Development of Agriculture in India, Need for Organic Farming. Serial number 12, Dr. G.N. Kannoli, Research Scholar, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, paper titled Critical Review on the Ayurvedic Education and Health WSR to Rural Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies. Serial number 13, Colin Janet and Rekha G.N., paper titled Leadership for Rural Entrepreneurial Development, a Conceptual Framework. Serial number 14, Mubina, Research Scholar from Yenagoya University, Mangalore, paper titled A Conceptual Model of the Contribution of Flexibility to the Achievement of Female Entrepreneurs in the Gig Economy. And the serial number 15, Mr. Prasad Kumar, paper titled A Study on Performance and Evaluations of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Dakshina Kannada. And finally, Dr. Manjushri, Associate Professor, Kullu, paper titled Rural Micro Entrepreneurs in India, a Pathway to Rural Development. Research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. The success of your presentation will be judged not by the knowledge you send, but by what the listener receives. Wish you all the best and hope you all will make this session more meaningful and knowledge learning and gaining session. Now I call upon the first presenter, Ujire Lakshmi, paper titled Capacity Building Through Entrepreneurship Education, a focus on skill development in emerging education system. Over to you, ma'am. Now, Ms. Vidya Lakshmi going to present the paper titled Capacity Building Through Entrepreneurship Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's my topic is capacity building through entrepreneurship education, a focus on skill development in emerging education system. Entrepreneurship education is an organized approach to educating individuals on the knowledge, skill set, and mindset required to detect opportunities, insight, innovation ideas, and build successful venture. It helps strengthen creativity, risk-taking, and problem-solving, while providing practical business management tools. In the era of rapid technological innovation and globalization, there is a greater need for a workforce with practical experience and entrepreneurial abilities. In response to this, the education system around the world is emphasizing entrepreneurship education and skill development learning within their curriculum. Swastika National Business School, a premium institute. I started directly because there is less time. Okay, my name already they told, Vidya Lakshmi MN. I am the research scholar. My guide is Dr. Narayan Kayarkette. I am doing research from Srinivas Institute. Yes. Shall I repeat, sir, once again? Thank you. Okay, now I am in the third point. Swastika National Business School, a premium institute committed to academic achievement and holistic development, stands at a forefront of this educational transformation. This institution recognizes that conventional teaching approach frequently fill a proper students for the demand of the modern economy adequately. Also, close the gap between theory and practice by combining cutting edge of teaching strategies. At Swastika National Business School, entrepreneurship education emphasizes developing a growth mindset, encouraging creativity, and giving students the tools to think critically, communicate effectively, and lead. These programs align with the school's mission to generate graduates who can contribute significantly to society by fostering innovation, generation, and employment, and advancing sustainability development. The objectives: to assess the role of entrepreneurship education in building, to identify key skills imparted through entrepreneurship education and their relevance to capacity building, to evaluate the challenges faced by emerging education system in integrating entrepreneurship education effectively, to explore best practice for enhancing skill development through entrepreneurship education. Methodology. The research area is the Swastika National Business School. It's recognized by Mangalore University. The data collected, total strength is 190. From the part of the 190 students, I collected data from only 50 students. Then research sample. A research sample is only the BBA and BCom students of same college. Data collected by questionnaire by mail and direct interview. Data analysis. The students are by 18 years and 18 to 20 years almost. The students coming by the current status is undergraduate and postgraduates. Under that, postgraduates and undergraduates 38 members, postgraduates 12 in the sense all they are passed out from the college, and attended entrepreneurship program from that college. All the students, they are attended the so many entrepreneurship programs. Entrepreneurship education in enhancing personal and professional development. 22 or 44% are significant, very significant, and 40% is significant, only 6% is neutral. Entrepreneurship education enhances the capacity to solve the real world problem. Yes. From this survey, I agree, strongly and agree, total 44 students are agree for this question, only 6 are in neutral. Entrepreneurship education to achieving personal or professional goals, yes, once again here also relevant, almost the students are relevant, only 5 students are neutral. By this survey, I did some I used some statistical tools. Here I taken the survey pre-score and post-score. Yes, pre-test score and post-test score. That means we given entrepreneurship education boot camp and so many so many activities for the student. So when they are entering to the college, what is their mindset? After they are taking these all education, what is their mindset? So related to that, I collected this survey. Here, the pre-test score and post-test score I collected. In that, depend upon this, I did the t-test. Here, the result of t-test is like this. Here I have taken null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Null hypothesis, there is no significant difference between the pre-test and post-test score, and alternative hypothesis is there is a significant improvement in post-test scores due to entrepreneurship. Here the degrees of freedom is 9, calculated value is 7.34037, and table value 5% level, that is 2.262. That means the table value will be lesser than calculated value. So we can reject the null hypothesis. That means we can agree there is a significant improvement in the test score due to entrepreneurship education. Next, once again I collected from one more chi-square. I prepared the chi-square. For this chi-square, I collected the data from the graduate and undergraduate. Here, the degrees of freedom I have taken the 4, and calculated value will be 0.429, and table value will be 5% level. So here also same thing I got. Here I taken the null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. There is no significant evidence to suggest that entrepreneurship education contributes to the local and national economy. Alternate hypothesis, entrepreneurship education significantly contributes to the local and national economy. Yes, here also once again null hypothesis rejected, alternate hypothesis agreed. So that means we can tell entrepreneurship education significantly contributes to the total local and national economy. Now finally I conclude my paper. Finally, I conclude, before concluding, I will give some findings. The analysis highlights the pivotal role of entrepreneurship education, capacity building by equipping individuals with the skill circular for emerging education system, with the 92% of respondents strongly agree that entrepreneurship education as the same way the findings emphasize the significance of integrating entrepreneurship education into the educational schedule of the developed skill and multi-skilled workforce. Then finally, I can conclude my paper. The survey highlights that entrepreneurship education significantly build the personal and professional development, arranges students for the workforce, and increase economic growth. Most respondents considered highly effective in the building critical thinking and problem solving skills. Thank you.
I request the audience can raise the questions or the chairperson.
If audience have questions, you can raise. Nothing is there, then I I also feel better if all presentations are completed and then we can take up the questions in the end. That would be better. Yeah, there will be continuity and nobody gets undue time benefit, and in the end somebody falling short of time.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, I am the NSS officer. Our camp is going on. Actually, my schedule is last, so I requested and I taken first. But at any cost, by 6 I should reach my camp, sir. Before only I asked the permission, so they agreed that. So
then for this presentation, we will take questions, and for the subsequent one, the question that I have in my mind is that your study basically, the title of your study kind of establishes kind of causality.
Yes, sir.
Say education leading to capacity building.
Yes,
but what we have taken the sample, it is more of students.
Yes, sir.
They are yet to become professional.
Yes.
So it becomes more of students' perception than establishing a relationship between education and capacity building. I will just complete it. It would have been better if they were passed out and they were in some profession, or they were already entrepreneurs, and if you have done that survey, that would have been better.
It's a very, very small sample.
Yes.
Very small sample. The sample would have been little more larger. You would have arrived some more valid from the PPT candidate conclusion.
Yes.
So that you would have improved over the study.
Yes.
The sample is very small size.
Okay. Sample is very small.
Then it is not possible to generalize the things.
Yes.
Just an attempt. So for your future publication, better to have a larger sample,
okay,
and better to have the beneficiaries post capacity building program.
Okay, sir.
Because the student perception as well as overall sample is very important.
Yes, got it, sir. Yes, sir.
By that it is not possible to generalize it.
Yes. Sir, I can give your question answer, sir. Sir, why I taken the students, because whatever I am explaining here, 50 students, out of 50 students, 26 students are entrepreneurs. Here, in this college, sir, when they started, but then one more thing, 190 students I taken from only the second year, final year and passed out students. Only 2 batches are passed out here. Then I mentioned there only 12 students are there doing the PG. Then rest all they are doing the business. Yes, sir. I got it, sir.
Not even number.
Yes, got it, sir.
Standard procedure to take sample.
Yes, okay.
Thank you,
Any
ma'am.
other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next serial number 2, Dr. Devidas E.S. Prabhu, Anjuman Degree College, paper titled Assessing Agribusiness Opportunity by Growing Vertical Jasmine Flower.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. D.S. Prabhu, Anjuman College, Bhatkar. It's my pleasure and privilege to present my paper at this esteemed institution. My topic is assessing agri-business opportunity by growing vertical jasmine flower. See, this Bhatkal jasmine flower is unique flower produced only surrounding Bhatkal. It's a unique flower. It is said that some Christian father 100 years ago took some plants from Bhatkal and gave it to Shankarpura village near Udupi. And I think all of you are familiar with the Shankarpura jasmine flower. Originally that flower came from Bhatkal. And my research is how to produce this one and how there is a entrepreneurship opportunity in this particular field. This is the first time anybody conducted research on this particular plant. There may be some research on botany side, but from economics and commerce side, this is the first time anybody conducted research on this particular flower. Okay, so this is 1 mola and 10 mola become 1 atm. So my objective is to find out agri-business opportunity by growing Bhatkal jasmine, to assess productivity of Bhatkal jasmine flower, to assess the profitability of Bhatkal jasmine flower, to understand problems faced by the jasmine flower growers, then dependency of jasmine cultivation in Bhatkal Taluk, then to understand influence of Bhatkal jasmine cultivation on Bhatkal economy, and to suggest the necessary measures to improve productivity and profitability of Bhatkal jasmine flower. So these are the objectives. With the help of my students, I collected some data from about 50 jasmine growing farmers with a simple questionnaire. We asked them simple questions, and with the simple questions, we collected data related to cultivation, what is the cost of cultivating the jasmine flower, what is the price, how much they can earn profit. So all these things we collected data with the questionnaire. So I will go with one by one questions. First, how long a single jasmine plant giving flowers? So this is first question. The majority farmers opine that 10 to 15 years. So almost 10 to 15 years one plant give flowers. So then what is the annual revenue from 10 jasmine plants? So majority farmers said means 54%. Farmers said 25 to 50,000. So that much revenue farmers can earn annually. Then what is the annual cost of growing 10 jasmine plant? That is maintenance cost. So for this question, 68% said 5 to 10,000. So 5 to 10,000 is the cost or maintenance cost of this plant. Then what is the season? So for this 88% said 12 months, means this is annual crop. So whole year this plant gives flowers, but output may varies, but whole year this plant gives flowers. Then in which season do jasmine plant give more flowers? For this question, 92% said the summer season. During summer season, this plant give more flowers. Then what is the nature of price? So majority said 78% said it keep on fluctuating because of variation in output as well as changing demand. Then in which season price of jasmine is high? So during for this question, 94% majority farmers said rainy season. During rainy season, price is too high because of two reasons. One is output is low, and during that season there are many festivals and demand for the flower is more. Then in which season price is low? So that is summer season. because output is more. Then what is the highest price? So for this mixed response, but majority said 150 to 200. So that is the maximum price for 1 molar of flour. Time. Okay, I will go fast. So this the lowest price is 10 to 20. Then so this is the most important question. What is the cost of creating new jasmine plantation on 1 guinta land? So anybody wanted to start a new cultivation, this question is important. So for this question, 62% farmers said 30 to 40,000. So cost of creating new plantation in 1 guinta land is 30 to 40,000 rupees. Then so main problem is scarcity of water. So these are they did some suggestions. So majority are not interested to increase the cultivation, which means there is more opportunity for new farmers to enter in this business. So government support. So majority said not at all. 58% said we have not received any government support because horticulture department is concerning with those crops which are produced everywhere. But this Bhatkal jasmine is produced only within Bhatkal taluk. Then horticulture they said never contacted. So I really don't know. It's a family business. Normally family members are doing the work. So and another thing is majority said traders come and purchase the flowers. So the marketing problem is not there because traders come to the farmers and purchase the flowers. So how many jasmine plants can be grown in 1 guinta land? For this question, 52% said 30 to 40. So 30 to 40 plants can be produced in 1 guinta land. So finally, by collecting all these data, I have made this break-even analysis. What is the cost and revenue? So with the help of this data, I have made this calculation. So fixed cost, only if farmer is having his own land, then fixed cost is only for creating new plantation in 1 guinta land, that is 35,000. Then variable cost, the maintenance cost, then total cost, then total revenue. So 1 year, this much revenue. So total profit, the one plant survive more than 10 years, 10 to 15 years. So up to 11 years, farmer can earn 12,65,000. 11 years, he can earn 12,65,000. So this is one good business opportunity. This is only within one guinta land. If this is chart. The next one, if farmer purchase new land by spending 1 lakh rupees. Here I have assumed cost of 1 guinta land in villages 1 lakh. So this is the break-even analysis. Here profit some extent decline because 1 lakh we have to add in fixed cost. Similarly, this is the chart. The next one, if we assume price of land is 2 lakh for new land, then this is the break-even analysis. And still farmer can earn 10,65,000 after 11 years by cultivating this particular flower. So this is the chart. And these are the findings. So actually all these findings are already discussed in each question, whatever I extracted the information. These are the findings. due to time constraint, I am not going through all these findings. They are all findings. So at last, I can conclude that this is a good business opportunity for a new, for any farmer who wanted to enter into this cultivation or in business. Okay, because this flower has very good demand within Bhatkal and outside the Bhatkal, so that's why it's most profitable business. But nobody is interested, no any educated person is interested to start this business. Okay, for any people who are living in villages, they can start this business and this will become most profitable business for them. So I will make some suggestions. So government should give some help, government should give subsidy or credit facility to this jasmine cultivation. Okay, due to time constraint, I will conclude my paper. Thank you very much. If anybody wanted to raise any questions, then okay, afterwards. Thank you, one and all.
You must finish your presentation in time because there is no sufficient time. You can focus only on objectives, methodologies, major findings and conclusion. Now, the serial number 4, serial number 3, Mr. Shriram Pai, Shri Guru Sudhindra College, Bhatkal, Karnataka, paper titled Design and Development of Affordable Assistive Devices for the Visually Impaired and Blind in Rural India, Bridging the Accessibility Gap. Over to you, sir.
Respected members of panel and all those who are gathered here want to contribute something for the rural development. I'm Srinath Pai, the student of computer science. I'm here to present my study on about the gap, whatever is there in between the urban as well as rural. This is a well-known truth, so everybody, we know what are the senses we have, and all are not so fortunate. There are multiple disabilities, so nowadays we call them as Divyangs or specially enabled, either maybe physically, auditory, visual or mentally retarded. I'm focusing on physical. Either it can be a single or multiple disorders. In that single or multiple, either it can be partial or fully. So especially when we focus it to the visual, we can classify them into two categories. Either they can be a visually impaired or we can call them as blind. The 100% visual impaired, we call them as blind. The thing is, whatever the facilities the blind and visual impaired in the urban sectors are getting and the rural sector people are getting, and there is a huge gap, and we need to contribute a lot to bridge this particular gap. So this is the idea here. There are multiple assistive tools which are currently available, and so much of research is going on, so that the difficulty in accessing the information, the services as well as mobility can be reduced. Whatever we do, finally paisa bolta hai, whatever we call investment, affordability is the key, because the general survey, it says that most of this the blind, their family background is very low, because the parents invest their energy, time, effort, everything for the development of those kids. So normally they will be of, if not everybody, most of them will be of a lower middle class background. So whatever the new initiatives we take to step into that, they think in terms of affordability. So this has to be prioritized. This is just the statistics of number of blinds in worldwide as well as in India, and even about the count of visually impaired. So compared to this, as we are focusing on rural development, there is no specific statistics which speaks about the number of blinds visually impaired available in the rural sector. But as we all are aware, 65% of the India's population is in rural. So considering those things and considering the infrastructure and all other facilities, the more blind and visually impaired we find it in the rural area, so something has to be done. So these are the different inclusion factors which we need to focus. We need to give them the opportunity. We should give the opportunity for the participation, kind of dignity to be given. They should not feel that always we are dependent on someone else, and we should give them on the main track. Articles are in Kannada. I have just translated the gist in English. Govind Rai is in Microsoft and the package is 47 lakhs and he is a blind. Kemp Hunnaya, he has cleared UPSC in 2017, 340 rank, and he is a blind Divyang. All of them have made the best use of technological infrastructure and they could reach their milestone. Keyboard, knowledge in the box as well as URead, and there are many other tools are available. These kind of tools, the blind, visually impaired can make the best use so that the entire content can be studied. Because up to second PUC or 12th standard, there are already content material which is available even in the braille. But post that, the students, those who pursue higher education for post-graduation and research, for them a kind of material access is not available. So these kind of devices can take we can make the best use of it. There is something good practice, best practice in Hubballi, which is a heart of Karnataka. Gram Panchayat has identified the different, Jilla Panchayat has identified different Gram Panchayats and have invested the investment is made on these kind of keyboard devices so that the nearby blind people, they come to the Gram Panchayat and they study the books. So wonderful initiative so that this thing can be implemented. It's the best practice which is followed in Hubli that can be followed in other places. For everybody, they cannot go to the correct specific places. So there are multiple video tutorials are available, and at the same time screen reader applications are available, but not everything is so free. JAWS is wonderful application, but the pricing is very high. So normally, in case if you think from affordability, Zoom Text or NVIDIA and other applications are also available. I am not promoting those things, but these are the readily available tools which one can make the best use. The next challenge is the mobility. Always they depend on someone else for their movement. For that, the best thing is they can use this kind of white cane, what we call, but that kind of a proper training is required, which is not happening in the rural sector. Thanks to technology, smart cane has come now. So this is a wonderful technological innovation which is solving most of the problems. To help the people, as morning session, it was covered IoT in agriculture. Similarly, IoT can be even implemented in these kind of areas so that do-it-yourself components can be made with a lesser cost. This is a normal spec what I am wearing, but here there is a smart spec which has come. The pricing is around 25,000 rupees, which has all facilities so that you can call it as a third eye for a blind. But the problem for rural people, what they are currently facing is about the implementation of it. There is a wonderful initiative taken by Bangalore-based APD, Association for People with Disability. What they do is, they go to the different places, they do conduct a survey and they can come up with a ratio value, and based on that value, blind can decide where to go, where not to go. But these things are happening only in urban cities, urban areas, but not happening in the rural area. Something to be done. This is another tactile based logic developer tool through which the computer basic logic that can be developed. So these are the points. Caretakers load to be reduced in rural area. Self-reliant they should be, and we need to bring a kind of awareness among the Divyang caretakers as well as public. And finally, from sympathy, we need to create an opportunity. To do all these things, my dear friends and panelists and everybody, National Association of Blind is doing a wonderful task where personal care to purchase. They teach a blind person starting from applying the paste to the brush till online shopping they teach, and everything is happening free of cost. So So there are different places where they can go, they can stay for 15 days and they can learn and they can, they can be a self-reliant. So there is a great opportunity. This information is pass it on to others. During my study, been to National Association for Blind, Bengaluru. I'm working on a Divya Chakshu project for a social cause where I pass on the message to the people about the facilities, whatever is available, so that in the rural place that can be made the best use. Been to the different places where interacted with the blind, so there are the national level chess players who interact. And I have identified so many rural places. I go there and I pass on the message to the rural.
Educational shifts, a study, over to you, ma'am.
Provide a framework to navigate and leverage these changes. So, employment landscape shaped by technological advancements, globalization, socio-economic shifts, and the historical shifts. Whereas agrarian or agricultural, occupation is shifting into the manufacturing. Then now the manufacturing is more dependent on the technology drives growth. Then there is the need for adoptive strategies in policy and workforce development is essential. So the need for this study is adopt to technological advancements, address the key skills gap, then guide policy development, build workforce resilience, then promote inclusive growth as well as anticipate future trends. This is what the need of my study. Then the methodology used is the approach is systematic literature review are taken, then research questions here are current trends and drivers, then how to bring the skill gap, strategies for resilience, then the sources which I used is PubMed, Scopus, Google Scholar, then inclusion of the peer-reviewed studies from 2019 to 2024. The key findings are technological advancements, whereas the most dominant role played is automation and AI reshaping jobs, whereas lifelong learning critical is essential for all kind of employees. Then second is skill gap. There is a considerable skill gap, that is mismatch between the education and industry needs. Then the focus on adaptability, problem solving and technical skills. Whereas the policy development is also essential. The data-driven policies needed for the equity and innovation. Workforce resilience, whereas emphasize mental health, job security and continuous learning is essential, whereas inclusive growth is ensure benefits for all demographics. Then the emerging trends, because the shift in the occupation is because of these trends, whereas gig economy and remote work as well as generative AI, then sustainability is also one of the important part in the all the business organizations. The recommendations from this study is align education with the industry needs, then upskilling workforce for future demands, support mental health initiatives, as well as adopt inclusive policies for equitable growth, whereas leverage AI for strategic foresight. Then the conclusion is employment trends demand adaptation and collaboration. Organizations, policymakers and educators must address the skill gaps, foster inclusive growth, then prepare for future challenges as well as build a resilient, inclusive and innovative workforce. This is what the fine summary of my papers is. Thank you.
Serial number 6 and 7 is not presenting the paper. Now, serial number 8, Dr. Lokesh Rathod, paper titled Reverse Migration and its Impact in India, a Study.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lokesh Rathod. I am an assistant professor, Department of Economics, SRCD College, Mudrol, Bagalkot district. So my title is Reverse Migration and its Impact in India. So next. So introduction. So reverse migration is referred to the movement of individuals or groups from urban area to rural area. Reversing the traditional trend to rural to urban migration. So this is it was indicates so many people they have go to the like a Goa. Sometime the COVID-19 pandemic was arising in 2020. So that time they have lost to their job, they have returned to their places. And in India, reverse migration has gained significant attention during the COVID-19 pandemic when millions of workers returned their native villages due to the job loss and lockdown and lack of social safety nets in urban centers. जब कोई लोग माइग्रेट हो रहा है, कोई अब्रॉड को जा रहा है, कोई आउट ऑफ कंट्री जा रहा है, तो अब क्या होगा? वो लोग किस लिए जाते हैं? अभी लेके वो एक एग्जांपल लेना चाह रहा हूँ. अभी बहुत सारे लोग गोवा जाते हैं. So many people have go to the Goa only because per day in construction sector they have given to the per labor 1,000 to 1,500 rupees per day. That's why they have depend to the migrate for this type of places. But due to the COVID pandemic, they have returned to their villages. And reverse migration have a significant social, economic, and cultural impacts both for the area people return and the area they live. Next. So objective of my study to understanding the concept of reverse migration, to understanding the impact of reverse migration, to study the recommendation of reverse migrations. So here the methodology used, it was totally descriptive method. There are so many data was collected, newspapers, research papers and articles and websites. So review of literature, some review of literature related to my topic. So reverse migration challenges in India. So there are so many challenges in reverse migration in India. So it is worth maintaining here that many migrant workers employed in the unorganized informal sector had returned to their home state due to the different reasons during this COVID-19 pandemic. Not only COVID-19 pandemic, कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा, फैमिली प्रॉब्लम होगा या कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा, जब भी वो लोग रिटर्न आ सकते हैं उनके गांव के लिए. अभी जो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में जो काम कर रहे हैं, दे आर मूव टू सीजनली. जब 6 महीना वो लोग क्या करते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर में काम करते हैं, 6 महीना वो लोग क्या करते हैं, सो माइग्रेशन जाने के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे. So and loss of the job here, corona virus period and non-accessibility general service were important reasons for the reverse migration all over the country. So this is the challenges. So how much people are returned in the COVID-19 pandemic? In the total chat, so Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka, Gujarat and Kerala and other states, in the overall chat, 36% people. So 36% people, Gujarat state, they have returned to their village due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And another state like Karnataka is only 7% people are returned to their place because so many Karnataka people migrate only in like Bengaluru and Goa. The like Uttar Karnataka, all people move to the Goa and Andhra. And the reason for the reverse migrations in this, there are so many reasons are there. So those reasons, in the more effectively, they have lost to their jobs. So 51% people they have lost to the jobs. That's why they have returned to their villages. Because any persons they have migrated to the any places. अभी कोई लोग migrate हो रहे हैं, किस लिए जा रहे हैं वो लोग? वहाँ पे जॉब मिल रहा है, so वहाँ पे अच्छा सारा फैसिलिटी मिल रहा है, जिसलिए वो लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Migrate हो रहे हैं. So there are so many impacts on reverse migrations. There are so many impacts is there. So economic revitalizations, human capital, job creations. So these are the impact on the rural areas. So ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಇವುಗಳು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರ್ತಾ ಇವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಈ ಅಂಶಗಳು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. So ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ impact on urban areas. ಸೊ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನ್. ಸೊ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇಳಿಮುಖವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ a great increase in population. In every year our India is a population. So 2 crores 24 lakhs 10,000 rupees population will increase every year. It is considered another 10 years it was around 22. So हमारा भारत का भी population है 144 crores according to the present data. So it was a population decline and labor shortage. If the people have moved to the urban area to rural area, in urban area they have faced the shortage of labor and real estate trends and redistribution of the wealth. So economic diversification and brain drain reversal. Brain drain reversal means they have lost their business or human capital. So that's why they have moved to their villages. And here the impact on society and culture exchange, family and the social network, community development. So impact on the environment, urban to rural movement, sustainable development. So challenges and barriers, reintegration of issues, skill mismatch, political and economic uncertainty. So and causes for the reverse migrations, economic distress, health and safety concern, social ties and support system, policy gaps. And totally conclude my topic. Reverse migration in India has highlighted the country's socio-economic system while presenting the opportunity for the rethinking development, how we development our country. So हम लोग क्या करना चाह रहे हैं, जो लोग माइग्रेशन हो रहे हैं, so माइग्रेशन किस लिए हो रहे हैं? हम लोग बोलते हैं उत्तर कर्नाटक और दक्षिण कर्नाटक बोलते हैं. So यहाँ पे बहुत सारा देखा तो हमारे दक्षिण कर्नाटक में बहुत सारे फैसिलिटीज है, मगर हमारे उत्तर कर्नाटक को देखा तो वहाँ पे फैसिलिटीज नहीं है. Because it is compared to the North Karnataka and South Karnataka, majority of studies, there are so many data. I have collected in Kerala, there is one study center is there, migration study center is there. I have collected more and more data and I have attended a conference in Goa University and I have collected so many data related to the migration. In here, so many people migrate North Karnataka, they have migrated only Goa state. Because the Karnataka government and India government, why we not control this type of migration in India and as well as Karnataka? So government have initiated to control this type of migration. Thank you.
Now, serial number 9, Dr. Bhanuprakash B, Associate Professor, SDM College, Ujire. Paper titled, Agricultural Wages in India, Trends in Exploring Gender Disparities. Over to you, sir.
Everyone over here. I, Dr. Bhanuprakash, from this institution, STM College. Today, I am going to give few information about wage disparities, especially in case of agricultural sector in India in recent years. So, my presentation consisting of these points: introduction, objectives, literature review, methodology, wages, particularly from the period 2022-23, and wage gap from 2022-2023, and of course interstate variations during that particular period, findings and conclusions. About the introduction of this topic, we know that India or any other developing country, normally agriculture is the backbone. Again, it was proved during the COVID pandemic, especially in our country. So agricultural labor's critical role in Indian economy. Of course, gender wage disparities in agricultural sector continues, and continuous wage gaps between male and female agricultural laborers. That may be because of cultural biases or regional variations. This paper objectives consisting of 3 objectives: to analyze trends in agricultural wage rate from 2020 to 2023 and gender-based wage differences, and to examine regional variations in gender wage gaps across Indian states, to compare agricultural and non-agricultural wages trend focusing on gender disparities. For discussing this topics, we've gone through the various literature reviews, and most of the literature reviews finds that, of course, there is a gender gap between male and female, especially in case of wages. But nowadays it is decreasing, but still it continues. For this study, I got the information as secondary data from the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department. This is the data of 2020 to 2023. The first concept, that is wage trends in India in the year 2020 to 23. So here, the field labor, that is male wages, got 394.52 rupees per day. This is all India average daily wage rate. So that is considering 8 hours per day. And female wages, it is 328.51. The gap is around 17%. And in case of non-agricultural labor, I got the information only for male, that is 567.55. And other agricultural labor wage gap, male they are getting 401.88. This is again average all India wage rate. And female wages 331.27. While we are comparing these two data, non-agricultural laborers, especially male, 16.7%, and earns significantly more than agricultural labor, because agricultural labor average they are getting gap of 13.9%, and in case of female 16.1%. Gender wage gap, that is for the year 2020 to 23. The growth in female wages, the female wage grows 16.3% faster than male wages, because male wage growing rate is 15.5% in all the sectors, agriculture and non-agricultural sectors. And there is a gender gap. Male consistently earns more wage compared to the female, with a wage gap of 16.6 to 19.2%. In case of agricultural versus non-agricultural wage gap, of course non-agricultural wages are much higher than the agricultural wages. In connection with the interstate wage gap scenario or trend, certain states like Assam, Himachal Pradesh, they are having the narrower gender wages gap, that is more than 90%. Whereas in case of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and some other states, wider gender wage gap, that is below 70. In the sense, in Assam and Himachal Pradesh, around 90% of male wages are getting by the female wage, whereas in case of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, there is a huge gap. Insights, socioeconomic factors may affect it. The findings of the study is, so gender wage gap constant across all the sectors or all category of the regions. Then wage growth, female wage grow faster than male wages since 2020 to 23. Regional disparities, as I said earlier, Assam shows minimum gender wage gap, whereas Tamil Nadu has higher gender wage gap. And sector divide, non-agricultural workers earn significantly more than agricultural workers. At the end of the presentation, I can conclude that from the last 2 to 3 years, the agricultural wage rate is increased, but there is a disparity between the male and the female laborers. And the agricultural labor, especially the field laborers, are not getting the wage that non-agricultural wage. That may be the various reasons. The government has to take the initiatives in connection with the welfare of the agricultural laborers. And future, the study can improve by taking care of or by considering various factors like reforms, technological reforms and agricultural labor reforms. Thank you, Anika.
Serial number 10 is for presenting the paper. Serial number 11, Dr. B. Jairam Bhatt and Ashok K. from Kuwempu University, paper titled Sustainable Development of Agriculture in India, Need for Organic Farming.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashok K, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Kuwempu University in Shimoga district, under the guidance of Professor Jairam Bhatt. And topic entitled Sustainable Development of Agriculture in India, Need for Organic Farming. Indian economy is mainly three